will.
And everything, yeah, it's far away. No, after 2 weeks, it's. So that. It is a sort of. So, my chose to serve.
Show up.
Well, I mean, so I thought it'd be a tribute and particular the permission that. So that's why I said, in terms of something saying, well, I guess we need to generate the time to start as a statement. And I guess for me, the starting would probably be lecture live, but tomorrow not there. But that's just my opinion. It's going to obviously this, and in terms of overall, I'm going to pass on that. I'll think of something. That's yeah.
Watching.
Okay. So you go. Yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The next one. So yeah, that had to do well. Yeah, I changed it, sir.
Shine.
Printing day there.
Well, individual thing, somewhere. He's a longer term budget.
Yeah.
Oh. I'd like to help you. Well, that's 10 minutes. I have to see. So, what do you just? I felt it was needed to me.
So.
There's a lot. It's slightly not. Yeah. Heard all of it. And so I'm that's it.
Generations.
They check those, yeah.
It's great.
I didn't even, yeah.
It's okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking from here? Anyone can, okay, Rob? Hello,
Might it be better if we put it at the end of this table?
maybe.
Coffee at the end where the coffee is. Put the coffee down a bit.
All right, just need,
Because I want to make sure that we're seeing the good group.
yeah, I wanna,
We can project this for them.
I think maybe on the corner there, because I need to be close to a power source to keep it plugged in.
The flip chair that we're talking about?
Yeah, because I see a power right over there. Hello, Rob, can you hear me?
Hi there, Chris. Yes, I can hear you, but it's extremely muddled. I don't know what the difference is between your laptop and Jess's laptop. Jess's laptop, the audio was much clearer. And if you could remove the chat disabled function, we could tell you what we hear without having to unmute.
Okay. See what I can do.
Okay, yeah.
You want to go ahead and try chatting, see if it shows up? I think I removed it. Yes, yes, I understand. Oh. Let me see. Good, and you can chat. Rob can. Can anyone else chat? Yep, I got that part. We're gonna move it here in a minute. It might be the table here, causing some issues, but they're gonna move it over or they can see everyone better, maybe. We'll see.
You were there. All right, good. Good, they can see them. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, wrap up wherever you are. Come on back here.
All right. Yeah. I understand. Oh, about higher? Sure, yeah, that might be good. Get up a little bit higher. Right on you will. Wow.
All right, at the end of your table, I put a number. That will be your table. So that when we're doing work, and I call them tables, that'll make it easier. So over there is table number 1. Could you report out just why you served? We'll go around and do why you served, okay?
Can you call us when?
I will. We'll start with number 5. Let's start with table 5 and then we'll go 4, 3, 2 with that 1. So what are some of the common reasons why you think serve?
Oh.
Okay. We serve because we care, well, all people represent here, but, one person serves because they care about parks, preserves, and parks, preserves, lanes. Say serve because, she steps up to become part of the solution. Serves because they like people and they were asked to serve and take the responsibility. And serve because voting is important. And then serve to change things for the better for the township.
Great, thank you, thank you. Good work. Wait, before,
Good development and opportunities, better location, benefits and pension and consistency.
better location, what does that mean?
Somebody came to Scio because they just like.
Because I used to work all over the state of Indiana and I got tired of driving. I need some conservative.
And it's such an exceptional township, absolutely. Okay, let's go to 3. Number 3.
Right, for me, yeah, back. So we had common themes, but everybody pretty much said make a difference and impact. To include and increase transparency and inclusiveness, protection of the residents. And that was Gelman based amongst other things. Health, safety and welfare, water, sewer, other things. Positive impact and give back, and then sustainability and development.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the fact. I appreciate the fact that you've written them down, because I will give you a report back so that you can read the kinds of things that you talk to each other about. So let's go to theme 2.
So pleasure in volunteering, working as a team for good local governance. These are the reasons that people serve. Community core values, love public service, being part of change, and helping others and affecting change.
Absolutely. Common themes, right? And are we ready with number 1, theme number 1? Why do people say they serve?
Community, to serve community, number 1, to support our staff, make sure that the administration is running properly in order to serve. And financial responsibility. Solution focus, I guess, did I use it?
Okay,
Yeah,
stay
that's good in
solution
a
focused.
nutshell.
Great. Now that we're with you and you after. I forget, now I'm moving my head onto the next thing. As long as we're there, could you talk to us about 1 proud and 1 sorry to add over last year? P1?
Well, yes, Sean is new, he's not sorry about anything yet.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could keep it that way?
We're gonna try. Proud, recently the fire services committee. That's, and doing. Chief. You wanna take that one? the fire services committee seeing a need in the community for.
Yeah, creating consensus from a committee on how to.
Okay, so you are currently in need of getting some consensus. And, or you did get consensus. Or you did get consensus, and therefore you are proud? Okay,
Committee had influence like earlier.
okay, all right, the committee, okay, the committee, all right.
So back to, a solution oriented, for the next step.
All right,
Sorry. The failure of the fire stat.
okay. All right. And how about team two?
The things that are, we're proud of, the LPC, two different people said passing the Land Preservation Commission millage. The transition to a permanent manager with an appointment that was less political and more professional. Volunteerism, improved processes and communication. And then on the sad side, still conflict regarding land preservation within the community. Personal board relationships, directing, being able to get work done. Division on the board, sometimes the communication gets really personal. There's a concern that there's not enough community engagement and a lack of compassion and grace for one another when we're trying to work together.
Okay, all right.
Or glad, just, advancement in organization, for example, just additional staff onboarding, starting to grow some of the departments. Gelman and well testing advancement and getting some positive results from EPA. And just increased overall public engagement from where the township was a while ago. Sad, just still an extreme amount of work still done. Communication is still a major work in process. Trust is a major issue. And then just lack of kindness and respect.
Trust is a huge issue, and in the 5 stages of team development, it happens in the very beginning. If you don't have trust, it's close to impossible to get results, which is the last step. So in the beginning, you really want to ask yourself, and think about this in terms of strategic planning. Do you currently have a really comprehensive orientation program? By that, I mean, I don't just know everybody's positions and where the bathrooms are and where I sit. I understand that we're trying to create a specific culture. And I'm told that this is the culture we're trying to create, and therefore these behaviors are how we work. This is how we do business, and these behaviors we simply do not use. Here are the processes, here are procedures, here are evaluation processes, here are, if you can embed some, not only sense of belonging, but an understanding of what it is you're trying to create and why, the why is really important, then perhaps you can increase the level of trust in the very beginning. And a lot of teams just, we have such a propensity to get to work. We just get to work. And we forget that how we're doing the work together is really important so that we can do it smoothly, effectively, and collaboratively. So now that I said that, what team am I? Because see, I don't remember.
And we're sorry about the atmosphere at Scio Township Hall and the morale, the low morale that.
Oh, really the hard part. Each one of us is accountable for that. It's a really very, very interesting, it brings to mind, anybody see, most of you are way too young to know this movie, but if anybody here see the movie, Oh God, old movie. It's worth watching, it's just delightful. George Burns plays God, and John Denver plays his messenger. So at the beginning, of course, John Denver is like, prove you're God. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. If you're God, then fix this mess. And God says, oh, you're confused. See, I'm God for the big picture, I'm not God for the details. And he said, well, I know, but why such backstabbing? Why such lack of collaboration? Why are there so many people that are working against each other rather than trying to create and he said, whoa, You really are confused. You see, I gave you the universe as a gift. You have always been able to create anything you wanted. You're gonna have to get honest with yourself and realize that collaboratively, collectively, this is what you've created. You've always been able to get along. You've always been able to create wonderful, harmonious, loving, kind, respectful cultures all over the world. You've also been able to destroy. And at some point, every one of us is responsible. We have all contributed to what we've created. And he said, yeah, but this time, God, we're in trouble. I mean, you're really big trouble. And he said, I know. That's why I gave you each other. That's what you're here for. You're here to serve the community with and for each other. Not for what I want, not because I need to win, not because the loudest voice wins, not because it's because of, I mean, differing opinions are important. Differing opinions mean that we have like opened up every rock, we've looked at under unintended consequences might be. We have really analyzed everything to the point where we can say, all right, what's our best possible alternative? What's our best option right now? Doesn't mean it's perfect because there is no such thing. Start with the perfect. It is taking a look at, based on our desired outcomes, based on what we're trying to accomplish for the community, what's our best option at this moment? And then you work together to get there. But whatever's happening in the culture, each one of us has a stake in that, and we have to hold ourselves accountable. And rather than wondering when that person's going to change, it's how am I working to make sure that we're as collaborative as we could possibly be? Because you can't change anybody else. The only person you can change is you. And so do what you can in any given moment to create the kind of culture that it is that you want. And that was number 4, right? Now, number 5.
No, you don't. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Will is my pay attention so that when my mind.
That's kind of scary. All right, so just running through the prouds and that's proud of work of the work team that is assembled to work on parks, preserves, and pathways. Sad that the larger workplace has so many problems, the dynamics. Let's see, trying to get my writing upside down. Proud of getting the millage for the parks and pathways passed. Sorry that it takes so long to get things done. Proud of the Treasury Department doing the work. Sorry about the last few years of Township Hall. Proud of communicating with the community through the newsletter and other means. Sorry that there aren't more readers, and proud of the zebra pathway and access to parks. Sorry that we haven't been able to accomplish more. Right.
Why is it important every once in a while to step back and take a few minutes? It's just a few minutes, but you take a few minutes from our daily activities, doing things, to talk about what we've done, what we've accomplished, what we wish wouldn't have happened, but how we do things. But why is it important to step back every once in a while and look at ourselves?
That possibility of change.
That's the only way we're going to change. Step number 1 to change is awareness. If you're not aware, nothing's changing. Yes.
I think that when you're doing this kind of work that never ends, except for building a fire station or something, it's very seldom a completion. I think it's easy to think that nothing is getting accomplished and stop and look back. You can say, well, we took care of this ordinance, we got this park done, or we secured 20 of this, or whatever it is that was done. Otherwise, you lose sight of the fact that you are actually getting things done and doing things for the community.
When I've experienced other cultures, one of the things I realized is the United States, we are not very good at celebrating successes. We have a propensity to just finish one, jump to the other. In fact, we're thinking about the next one before we've even finished this one. And we don't take a minute to breathe and say, what exactly have we accomplished? How did we get it done? What did we learn in the process? I have worked with large corporations where the leadership team gets together and at every meeting they ask, what's working really well and what's not? How did our last meeting work? What could we do to be even better? Because when they're focused on that, then they're in fact making it happen. What else? Why is it important that we step outside of what we do and look, it's like, there's a fishbowl. We're in the fishbowl. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm really good at looking into other people's fishbowls. I can look at my neighbors and, well, of course, no wonder they're getting a divorce. And no wonder those children are constantly in trouble. It's my own fishbowl that I don't look at very well. And I realize everybody else is my fishbowl. So if we stop the criticism, to quote Ted Lasso, let's do less criticism and more curiosity. Let's be more curious about what's happening, what else could be done, how will we make things better? Let's be more curious, less critical, but every once in a while, we have to step out of our fishbowl and say, what have we been swimming in the last year? What have we been swimming in the last 6 months? So that we can increase our awareness and have a little more control. Anything else? All right, now we're going to move to the next one. And sometime during a break, maybe we could get those written up there in a way that I can actually read them, because I need to be able to chart. Everybody, I should be calling me. We're going to move on to the next part of the agenda, and this doesn't mean that we're going to get there today, but I think it's important to have a conversation about the essence of this township. So, table number 1 is going to work on what makes people move here and what makes people stay here. Why do they stay? And if you would put that on another, we have to see, look this over, put it on another page, but I'll know in what order we're working. Table number 2, what makes businesses move here? What makes businesses stay here? Number 3, what gives citizens the feeling of belonging? What do we see? What gives people the sense of a place? I have a sense of place here. I belong here. This is my township. Number 4, table number 4. What words best describe the values, the essence of the community? It's attributes, it's quality. You could say, is this a human being? What kind of qualities does this township have? And number 5, what differentiates your community, your township, from any other township? We can be as big as, if I say the word, if I use the word municipality, if I say Frankenmuth, what comes to mind? Very differentiated, right?
Chicken.
Everything. Yeah. God, everything. If I say Sagatuck.
Yeah.
Anyone who knows this kind of the state, that's very artsy. I mean, it's, what differentiates you? Okay, you got about 7 minutes. Mark is that's right.
Yeah. Your mom.
They just made up their own.
It's just that, and then one to
they know, yeah, but most people who live here don't work. Why do people work in that? We're talking about businesses or. Like, we have a very. Well, they get. Okay.
Just trying to capture the. Difference from this one, it's not. Resources. That's a local. Actually, that's why. So, that's the problem. So now. Collaborating as they don't chips. No, me. Whether they have it right. Let's take another minute, wrap up wherever you are.
Grab the word required and then we will report them. All right. We're gonna come back to each other and we'll start it. Once I go through each one of them, remind me, I forget that everyone is reviewed in case you have another problem that you'd like to add to that. And don't let me forget, because there probably is something you want to add. Let's start with, why in the world do people move here? And once they're here, why do they stay? I think them here.
Moving here, bedroom community of Ann Arbor, the proximity, rural character. It's not. Yeah. Suburban atmosphere, benefit next to the city. Located close to U of M and its benefits, so hospitals, jobs, and.
Anyone else in terms of why people stay, why people move here? Okay, why do they stay once they're here?
The tax base is lower than Ann Arbor. Cheaper to stay versus selling and paying taxes on the purchase price. Larger lot closer to civilization. And the box stores and dealerships, also known as.
Okay, good stuff. And why people stay once they're here?
I think that people here are pretty friendly. There's kind of a country, and everybody who drives down the street atmosphere in a lot of the neighborhoods. So it's about
Friendly. Lived in Highland Township, right outside of Hillsburg. And it's interesting because we've always been drawn, after leaving the city of Detroit proper, we were drawn to townships, so we lived in Highland Township. And then we had 2 grandbabies moved to Grand Rapids, so we had to, of course, follow them. And it's interesting because we immediately said, here, and people love living inside the city. There are some of us who prefer that convenience if we have to go 45 minutes to get there, but I love that rural, friendly, relaxed. So if that's a draw to people, then they're gonna look at a place like this. And number 2 is, why do businesses move here and why do they stay?
So the infrastructure within the township, the roads, the ease of getting in and out with whatever you're doing to your business. The available land and the business friendly zoning. The buying power of the residents, the integrity of the location, there's less red tape in Scio, and that makes it more affordable to bring your business. The sense of community that you were just mentioning, free parking and lots of it. The education of the community that, you know, an educated community, you know, that they can bring a business and it will be supported. Generational people who grew up here want to stay here. If they're starting a business, they want to start a business where they're from. That Scio Township is climate friendly. And then with the infrastructure, I forgot to mention the schools also. Like a lot of people come to this area for the schools.
Make sure you chart that down, if we wanna, capture it. Anything that anyone would like to add to that, about why businesses come here, why they stay here once they're here? Easy connection to highway.
Largely Liverpool, there's people said not everyone in style but in style, vice versa. But there's lots of ways to invest in town.
The talent pool here is incredible.
A large talent pool, large labor pool. Yes, please add, yes, large talent, large labor pool. Yeah, that's really important. Yeah, but working with businesses who are looking to relocate, they really look for that.
I also suggest the way Jackson Road is laid out. There are lots of places you go, hunting for a business that it's hard to find. The way it's laid out with the boulevard and the numbers on the businesses you're hunting for makes it a lot easier than, say, if you're going between Ann Arbor and Nipsey. It's harder to find.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good, that's a good point. Okay.
Sure, what that means.
What did you mean by climate friendly?
Well, I suggested that, you know, Ann Arbor in this area was among the 3 places that were voted as refuges from climate change. And one was Duluth, Minnesota, probably some Duluth, Minnesota, that was somewhere in Vermont. And Ann Arbor was the 3rd place. And it's because the Great Lakes modifies the climate. We're not going to experience the rise in temperatures the way many places are, no hurricanes, unlikely to be swept by wildfires. Lakes, no rise in sea levels. So it's a sense of thinking of your business going into the future, needing that kind of climate stability. More and more people, I think, are thinking about that.
Yeah, there are people that did definitely at issue. Like one of those, like, that kind of climate based. Did they answer your question?
Yes, yeah, and I would argue it's accurate, so, yeah.
Okay. Yes. We start getting wild, I was, okay, and over here, what gives citizens a feeling of belonging and place?
So I think collectively we've settled with the nature and the farmland, along with the open space that you get, but being also closer to a city that you can get a lot of things from, but not actually have city.
I would also say that what Mary said earlier, and that is it's friendly. People tend to feel more comfortable when they are treated with friendliness from strangers. So I think friendly is good there. Anything else that you would like to add? Sense of belonging. What gives people a sense of belonging or a sense of place? This is my township.
I think the combination of businesses and parks. Close to the river, it kind of end up staying within the township, I bet.
I would imagine, and I don't know you well, but I would imagine that your parks. Something in pathway, preserves and pathway, I would think might give people a sense of place. Do you have any kind of events that pull people together?
Halloween
party. People attend, I would think about not only what we do now, but is that something that brings, people want to be pulled together more by markets or events or celebrations or parades. I mean, all those things that bring people together, I would think about that. Yes, it was something over here, as a state. Yeah.
Say the school districts are facing things. All our families have kids and grandkids and so on and so forth who play on the team or play in band or whatever that one place is going to be.
Yeah, school and school activities. Yeah, put that down, school.
Yeah.
School activity.
And we were talking too, because we have 2 school districts, you know, we really kind of go in 2 different directions.
Sure.
Just wanted to also add, I suspect there are a lot of people. And inside of town, they were not from this area, they were not born here, so as a result, they can feel like they're a part of the community a little bit easier. I think that's the plus.
Okay, so people who are not necessarily, were not necessarily born and raised here.
Yeah.
Can feel as though they have a place to belong.
Yeah.
Okay, if you could add that to me. And I could just want to share something.
We said
Okay. Anything else? Good work. Good work. Okay, now we're over to team 4, and you had attributes and qualities that you use to describe the values that we have here in the community.
Well, we at this table don't, and none of us, well, except for
Except for
Tom, none of us live inside, so we're probably gonna need some help here, but we feel that there's some divided values, right? There's the old, we've lived here our whole lives, and now these new people are coming in, and we don't have the same values, so we think that that's big. So used to be more ag and rural, but now more development, and that is the divide. We think a lot of the attributes and quality or attributes of the township have already been talked about, right? Proximity to Ann Arbor, the university, in Eastern Michigan also, proximity to hospitals, the school system. While Scio Township may not be super diverse, but there is diversity surrounding us with the university and the city of Ann Arbor and all of the things we don't have in Scio. It's really easy to get them, right? It very closely. So that's what we can, for sure there's more.
Yeah, and there, I work with, a lot of communities, in fact, it's the lead in the Dutch. Like the last 5 years, and that's one of the things that has come up is, quick access to the medical care that people need. People, we looked at that, especially at people are aging because they want quick access. Pardon me? What? Yeah, okay, and who would add to this list of attributes, quality, value? Yes.
Any of those work, like, one thing, I think we're working on making it more walkability and more access.
Okay,
It's that so you don't need a car,
all right, so we're working to make it more walkable.
that we're really working.
Yeah, studies are saying that's really a very big thing for a lot of people. To be able to walk. I know our daughter lives in outside of the Grand Rapids, Rockford, and there is this massive trail, and they have just built another 2 miles right near their little subdivision where people can just walk for miles and miles and miles, and that's really attractive to people. So that makes sense, and it's nice not to have the car. They can walk, yeah, we can walk from their house to downtown. After a very long walk for him, but we do it. All right, anything to add to this?
Sorry.
Pardon? Okay, here's what, okay, but like.
Okay, and here we have. What do we have here? Differentiate here.
I wrote, so I'll speak. We said things like low taxes, good, consistent planning process, access to the river and highways and metro parks, all like benefits that we don't actually, I believe, have to pay for, but they're ours. That are, we're close to Ann Arbor. We have rural with access to the urban, good tax base, rural integrated into urban residential. That was my contribution. I feel like there's a path or a forest or some water, a farmland within a half a mile of the end of that goal, which I like. Educated, diverse population, invested, people are invested, personal commitment to the community. There's a volunteer spirit here and we're leaders in my participation.
Good work, good work. Anything to add to that? It's almost as that it's accumulation of everything we just talked about in here. So now, you probably know some communities that have ticket branded themselves. In an easy way so that citizens, or people who just are passing by, have some sense of who you are. Anyone know of any kind of taglines or phrases that communities use? Anyone that comes?
Ann Arbor is Tree City, isn't it?
Tree City is Ann Arbor. Any others? Okay, it's best if it's short and sweet and memorable. If it's compelling and it authentically represents who you are. If it's, we stopped doing mission statements and visions because nobody remembered them. They got put in, they were brilliant. We spent hours and hours creating them. And then we put them in file cabinets and no one could repeat them to save their lives. But if it's short, compelling, and really describes who you are, it will give people aha. So I've got lots of them written here that are from Michigan, but here's a couple that I thought, just as an example. Building better, brighter futures for all. Bringing people together, making things happen. Creating a township where anything is possible. Where you belong. Building a brighter tomorrow. Building a sustainable future, one day at a time. There's lots of ways that we could describe what is this township? What is it really? So you're going to have, how long do you need at your table? So just brainstorm. I'm sure we're not going to wordsmith something beautiful today, but we're going to understand what we're all thinking and we will have the root to what might grow later. So how much time do you think you need? Is 10 minutes enough?
You want to keep going?
Well,
It's a slogan.
a slogan, and it's as much who we really are as opposed to who we want to become.
Okay.
I mean, I think we think about the future, but we got to ground it in who our own authenticity. All right, so how about 10 minutes and I'll check in with you.
Yeah, make it up.
Especially after.
Watch your speed.
You can't fix them, you know. When I think of the villages. That's. You know,
Can we say that yours? And that's fun because we're gonna have to.
Yeah. So. Really.
That's because we're not going to way to get to it. You get like, oh.
So I guess I. And I thought of it. It's so cool. But really, when I got here.
No, yeah, there's something done, the people who are not done, how much more time do you need? And wrap it up. Okay, yeah. It sounds like maybe we can report out now, because sometimes what happens is when you draw in,
someone else's ideas are really important to listen to, that can create something, surface something that is rolling around inside. So, and I do not want to be in this here, so. Let's start this time with, table number 5. What did you come up with?
They're very snappy, it's fine. Four awesome ones, scenic style, if you like alliteration, a river runs through it, if you like to talk, right? Eye on the future. And a values-driven community.
Talk a little bit about just the conversation yet.
Well, we had some ideas because we, they were not really joke, but they weren't as positive as we thought maybe they should be. So some of our ideas were almost Ann Arbor or Ann Arbor adjacent. So we through it as we saw. So we had a hard time finding a positive spin.
Our township name is hard to pronounce for somebody calling on the phone. It comes out as Psycho because they can't talk. So historically, Psycho Township has been. And it's one of those, like I grew up downriver in Taylor and they have a monitor. For 50 years they've had it. I don't say what it is, but they know it.
It's so, I would say that probably a really good reason why there's benefits to having something, names, so that people think of that rather than whatever they think of. A friend of mine who lives in the Queens, I had dinner with her last week and she said, make sure you're saying style like science. And that was really helpful because I said style. That's how I always thought that it would be science. Yeah, that's a good one. Style like science. All right, so let's hear from table number 2.
Ready for tomorrow. The place conserves the pathways and people. Building for the future and preserving our together.
Well, these are really wonderful. Resonating more than others. I mean, often we'll have this kind of visceral response saying, that's better. Because you really want to think authenticity. That's why when people create statements that are what we want to be, there's often incongruency between who you really are and who you want to be at the moment. Doesn't mean you won't be that someday, but it's important for us to be able to, and I think you captured them here. This is pretty much the essence of who we are. How about this one?
Yeah. Phoenix, Iowa, where nature meets the city. But then we said the cities, because we want to give a nod to Dexter, but then we switched back to city.
Then we decided not.
Okay. All right. Okay, good stuff again. And what do you have over here?
Sure. So we've got 2 versions, and I'm gonna read both versions and explain them better. But one was longer. Harmony and progress where safety meets sustainability, creating a vibrant haven for living and working for its open spaces and parks. Just be on the pulse of the city.
It's all one.
Love that. And what are the pluses for that statement?
Well, it'll slow traffic when people stop to read.
It's long. The downside would be it's long and I am not remembering that. Never remember that. Make that work.
So let me throw this out there, but we put in a bunch of stuff in the chat GPT and I put out. I said condensed it in words and it came with safety, sustainability, community, city living, open spaces and parks.
City living with open space and parks.
And parks.
Community, okay, you got that. City living with open spaces and farms.
Yeah, better quality of life, I guess.
And then chat.
There you go. All right, now, we've taken a stab at this. Because we really do want to get to strategic planning and coming up with our highway priorities. here. What do you want to do with this information?
I think we should boil that down further to Scio Twp, not a robot.
I mean, is this something you might wanna simmer on and have a work session, a short work session? Come together and say, here are all the things that we have, or maybe come up, we can vote on the top few.
And there could be, the add to it could be a better purpose, we are repainting the water tower this year.
Right.
And so we have the opportunity to change the wording on the water tower.
Yeah, great.
It's something that develops into, water tower again.
Okay, so this always helps, doesn't it? We have a deadline. What's the deadline?
What's the deadline?
When are you changing?
What's the deadline?
Really, basically by.
Okay, what's it say now? Is it just say by Phoenix style?
Phoenix Scio Township.
All of them.
Okay, current.
Yeah.
That's what it says, so, before April, what would you like to do with the information that we've gathered? One of the things we can do is just vote. Right now, and come up with like the top 2 or 3. Let's simmer on that, come together later and talk about it, or just simmer or accept Phoenix Scio Township.
Marilyn, just one question for the DDA rep. Has the DDA, I mean, what's it called? A different guideline for this concept? Want to make sure somebody's not.
That's great, yes.
The DDA, oh.
There's that a tagline on the back. Then. Okay.
At the back was gonna say something like, come back soon.
We now, these are on the final complete, and it's not going to know about that.
Well, I think that definitely a step is work with the DDA, further discuss. Because this usually takes a few iterations, I feel like this one, that what happens? When we're throwing things out for the first time in creativity, that's your right brain working and you're just working your work. After you get it all down, then you go to your left brain, and that's when you start to becoming more critical about, all right, what do these things really say? What do they mean? You kind of analyze everything. So I am going to write that work with the DDA to further discuss this tagline. Because it would be great if you had this downtown, if you had this on the water tower. If you put it, you have a logo, put it underneath the logo, and any communication that goes out, any communication, that's on the bottom, right under the logo, so that's what people start to repeat in their brains. That's who you become, as opposed to this, what do you call it? Beautiful words. When you talk about what is it? Moniker. This you have read with no idea. I've never heard that word moniker. All right, we know. Yes.
So, it sounds like we should try to narrow it down to one.
And I think you'd definitely work with the DDA around that, so that we have one that makes sense that you all agree upon. And I don't know how you're gonna do that, you decide, it might be a little teeny task force together. Too many people, you'll never come to consensus. You want a small, 3 to 5 people, pick some really good wordsmithers. I mean, there's just people who wordsmith better than others. Pick them, but definitely work with the DDA on that, so that you are congruent with each other. Make sense? So now what I'd like to do is, I would like for each board and commission to take, let's think in terms of 2 minutes. And share with us, before we start looking at high priorities, share with us the priorities that you've been working on and currently are working on, so that we're all aware and on the same page. So who would be the first board or commission that would stand up and share with us? Thank you. And you are?
I'm Will Weber, I'm the chair of the LPC.
Okay, wait 1 second. I saw someone. Wait a minute. Yeah, could you write down? Could you write everybody's down? Because I would like for you to have those in written form.
You got it.
Later too. Thank you, I appreciate it.
So we are 7 people, all volunteers, who meet every third Thursday, and we are working on securing as much property as protected habitat or protected agricultural lands as our millage budget will permit. And I think currently we have about $1.9 million, which we expect to find partners for expanding so that we can make even more acquisitions in that amount. Our discussions about what's to come are in closed session because we don't want to tip our hand to other development interests. But we've got some really exciting properties that we'll recognize if I were to say them, but watch for it in the future. We're excited about what directions we're going with these properties.
And again, what board are we?
It's the Land Preservation.
Land Preservation Commission. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the notes. And another, thank you.
Planning Commission and Planning Commission, we updated the master plan in 2021. And as a part of that, there were some updates and it also included developing an environmental sustainability climate action plan, which the Planning Commission has a draft, the Board of Trustees. And we are looking this year at a sustainability lens update of all of our zoning ordinance and with a focus on the Jackson Road.
All right, thank you, thank you. Another commission, thank you.
It's a little bit different. I think, so we don't have any particular things heading towards, we're just trying to be consistent. Am I right, Kathy?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. These were all aware of that. And that's 3. I think you have about 7. You need to thank you.
Yeah, also, John Boyd, Vice Chair of the Compensation Commission. We meet about every 2 years for a couple of different meetings during that time. And our focus is on recognizing, and appreciating our officers, Board of Trustees members.
All right, thank you.
Ryan gave over the DDA, the DDA is working a couple of things. One is again, the planning commission on the Jackson Road overlay district to determine how the entire community wants to see Jackson. The DDA also wants to extend itself. See how that goes. This will expire roughly 4 to 5 years from the balance of the dog. The other thing the DDA is basically more balance. When the DDA wants to extend itself, yeah, we can unmake for example. Sure. But so just take a look about it. Sure. We're gonna hire a consultant. If where we got a consultant will do for us a responsibility.
Okay. I think we must have a couple more, yes? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom. There was Rita, who's also a big member of the PPP committee, co-chair, and then John Reiser is also active in the PPP committee. The PPP committee stands for Parks, Preserves, and Pathways. It is almost a year old, the combo of TAP and Parks committees, which used to be 2 different committees. And we focus on managing 600 acres of park and preserve land, as well as sidewalk connector projects and the zebra pathway. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think, when I came on board as a volunteer, there was a lot of talk around the table about how to develop our parks. Our programming, education, accessibility, and really how do we want them to look and how do we want them to stand out from other parks, so it's not just but my eye is always on the future, trying to figure out how we can put that in sustainability, a lot more creative free play. multi-use, I mean, I think it's all very exciting, but, is that how? Yeah, okay. And protecting the water and the parks.
Thank you, and do we have anything more? Or?
I think we can, on the board, there are three of us. We, meet 3 times a year for about a week in March, 1 day in July and 1 day in December. We largely explain property taxes to the residents, but when we've made a mistake, we also make adjustments if there's been a mistake made.
Thank you for your work. Thank you. Everyone? Rose? Yes.
I'll just add with the Environmental Sustainability Task Force. And they're really moving into assembling resources and community engagement in this realm. And we had our first the sustainability fair, which we're gonna do again. And starting to build the website with Mary's help, with all of the different focus areas.
Okay. Okay, those are reports that we need to really think about when we're looking at results areas where we must achieve results every single year, but also what some of our high priorities might be.
Did you come up with them? Did we get them?
Roads. Yes,
Roads.
trustee, that's my job. And as a trustee, I have been focused on staff, policies, procedures, statutes. Working with our new managers. It's awesome. Making sure that things are done properly by law. My second job is I'm the chair of the road advisory committee and also a member. So it's about implementing plans and processes for roads to make sure that we keep up on our roads, we have a lot of gravel roads, potholes and that type of thing.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and also with roads, making sure that we have the proper funding, and that's also done by statute ordinance.
Okay. Got everybody. Amazingly, if you look at your agenda, we're like right on. I am amazed, absolutely amazed. I think that had something to do with the people who are in the room, and I thank you. During the break, we'll take a 10-minute break. Is that enough time for everyone? Because I know I wanted you to know when the breaks were, or pretty much around the break. So if you had to make phone calls, check in at home, anything you need to do, you have time to do it. Yes. All right. So while you are getting more coffee and saying goodbye, I want you to think about that question right there when we come back. One must-have attribute of an effective member of a high-functioning leadership team. Each of you think about what's one must-have attribute of an effective member of a leadership team. Now, I have led a lot of things in my life. I prefer solo leadership. Definitely solo. Being a member of a team, completely different skill set. You understand what I mean? You have to have a skill set in order for you to be a leader in a leadership team compared to it's me and a team that I'm directing. I mean, I tend to be very collaborative. However, when it comes to I want you to think about what does it take? Because we have to ask ourselves as individuals when we come back, and on a scale of 1 to 10, where am I in each one of them? Not where is she or he? Where am I? So that I'm monitoring my own behavior on a day-to-day basis. So when you come back, you're going to discuss that quickly, and then you'll put up. Some of you will have exactly the same thing. You put up your top view here. So let's take. It is now. When that clock over there will go by that clock. When the big hand's on the 10, which means it's 10 to 11, you're coming back. Right? Think about that during the break. Get more coffee, get more pastry, don't get too much pastry, that don't want the sugar drop. Oh no, sorry,
11. And 5. Yeah. No, I got it. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just been to the town hall twice. I'm like. Gotta go listen. No, I'm doing that for coffee. I realize I didn't bring no coffee. Well, you know, it's one of those days.
What have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what here. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Don't have a spare. I'm scared. I say, oh, yeah. Think that we were talking. They haven't seen really.
Can we return to our seats now, please? Thank you.
I'm not going outside. I got that.
There has been a request. It's very difficult for the people who are participating with us through Zoom to hear. So when we speak, and I'm doing everything I can without losing my voice to project as much as possible. So when you speak, if you could please stand and speak loudly, pretty much the same thing in this computer. People have more of a likely hearing that, that would be really appreciated. Thank you. All right, so at your table, I'm gonna give you two, just, you've already thought about it. One for each person, and some of you will agree, so you might not have all of yours written down. One key attribute, a must-have, you are going to be an effective member of a highly effective leadership team. You have 2 minutes to write those down so we can talk about them. Ethical. Sure.
But I think that
They've already been too.
gotta be.
Should say absent. Yes, yeah.
Oh, I see. But the timing is fine. This is our trip number.
And I report the team members, and I say, but that the team members, the leadership understand the message.
It's actually the ones.
I don't think I'll be, yeah. That out of the purchase.
Right, so it's, yeah, what it says, what is. Change it back, right, so that's the least of the ideas. Yeah. And it is the law.
It is, and it's a deference. Expertise. Like a.
I was gonna say.
Respect for-
Being a team player, she was on with that. Oh, that's really nice, to see the board calling me.
Right, right.
You're very so thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
There's nothing you don't have enough people to do bottles for.
No, I'm just thinking like, that's it. It's go back to.
Okay, take 1 minute to wrap up wherever you are. All right, at this point, we're going to start with tape number 2. Start with 2 and then go to 3. So please all listen to what table number 2 says. Right. If they, when a table reports out something that you have on your list, would you please circle it? So your first one is, being a good listener. So if you have listener, please circle that. Then we'll know, oh, we have common denominators here.
Am I reading the whole list?
Yes, please.
Showing up, so coming to all of the events you're intended to be at, I would say that this is also being present in that you're not just there, but you're paying attention.
Let's make sure that we get that correct. That is a very, very difficult skill. And if you don't practice it every day in your life, you don't have it when you need it. I can't say that enough. I learned this a lot in Asia. When I was in Thailand, I remember our daughter saying, she came home and she said, I had this huge knowing that when we would get stopped on the street, you know, we looked lost, someone would stop and say, how can I help you? She said they would always bow. And from that moment on, you were the only 2 people in the world. That was it. The whole world kind of disappeared. This being present. She said, I came back and I missed it so much. So I'm working really hard at being present myself. Being present is a very hard thing to do. Anyone who is married, do yourself a favor. Flip your spouse out. But if you get rid of everything that's in your head and you actually pay attention without creating a response, because you can't listen really and create a response at the same time. Your head is filled with what you're going to say next. So if you can empty it completely and honestly and truly just listen. And you need to do that on a daily basis, or you will never have it when you need it. So
thank you, because showing up means I'm there. But I watch way too many people there, but they're really on their computer doing work for the next day. Or in their heads, they're in the argument that they just had before they left the house. Or their to-do list of what they're gonna do when they get out of this meeting. So it's a matter of actually being present, so you are available for the information that's being shared. Thank you.
Yeah, being a collaborator, being focused, being gracious and showing civility. Humility, knowing that you're not always right. Determination, creativity, and looking at the big picture.
Right, so if you have any of those, please, circle them. And let me ask, what does it mean to be a collaborator?
Together with others.
You play well in the sandbox. You actually play with other people, which means you listen to their ideas. Yours is not the most valuable one. And I think that goes hand in hand with that, being gracious and civil. I am really, as a grandma, and knowing I only have a few more years left on the planet, I am really tired of the lack of civility in this nation. I am really tired of it. I am tired that there are leaders who have given people permission to say whatever they feel like saying at the expense of other people. I think it's really important that as leaders, you get it together, because often I'll have a city manager or a township manager or a mayor or a supervisor call and say, I really want you to come and work with our team. They're not able to get in the same room without humiliating each other. Now, often the commission or the council or the board will say, no, we don't need that, we don't need that. And then I'll get a phone call when the citizens come in and they are beginning to act without civility. And I'm brought in to fix them. Y'all get that, don't you? The only thing I need to do is give y'all a mirror and say, look in the mirror. When you have let this go so long that they are behaving like you behave, it's you've modeled for them to behave. When someone's frustrated, this is how you get to behave. When someone's angry, go ahead, you can behave this way. When someone doesn't get what they want, this is how you act as a leader. As a leader, you are behaving in a way that's modeling for the rest of the citizens a culture that you're creating, not just as a leadership team. You seriously, when you're collaborating and you're civil and you're gracious and you've made an intentional decision about the culture that you're creating here, you will leave a legacy way beyond your years of service, way beyond. Those things are really important, and we can't expect them from others. We have to ask ourselves on a scale of 1 to 10, where am I in those categories? So thank you. Got circles going on, so let's come up to this table here.
Okay, must-haves were being ethical, having drive, open-minded, active listening, check. Supportive collaborator, another check, and then trust to let other leaders.
So why is being ethical, having character, having integrity so important for a member of a leadership team?
Build trust.
But we're public servants.
We're public servants, and it definitely builds trust. Every survey that comes out says that Americans do not trust the government. They don't. They don't trust national. Now, the last 10 years, they don't trust state. The highest trust level is with local.
But it's going down.
God forbid we should lose that. It's going down. So, and there are people who are actively doing what they can to disrupt to make sure it goes down. So we need to be the force of the behaviors we do and how we collaborate with each other to help people have trust in their government. Because what happens when people lose trust in their local government?
They get dysfunction, can't do the job.
Yeah. And no matter if you're doing a great job, nobody knows that you're doing a great job, and they have made a decision that they no longer trust you. you are constantly, you know, under the microscope and any small little error gets accentuated and people look to pick scabs. What are the benefits? What are the benefits of citizens trusting their leadership team?
More powerful.
It's more powerful if they see people working together, they have a trust and an acknowledgement that in fact you are working in their best interest.
It creates a proactive environment versus you're on the fence or reactive to every little comment. Every little email, every little Facebook or tweet.
Yes, because people are starting to look, they start to look for those candidates.
It's goodwill.
Okay, it brings goodwill.
Well, and residents, they just wanna go to work and come home and enjoy their family, and they wanna be able to feel that their community is safe. And they don't have to keep an eye on government all the time.
Absolutely.
I think you said it.
Absolutely.
And I think it creates this impossible disconnect between the people whose tax dollars it is and the voters. And the leadership team about what even is, you know, public health, safety and welfare, that kind of fundamental purpose of a township. Every township agreement on that, and then we're unable to, you know, without that, provide adequate fire response times. I mean, there becomes real life, health and safety issues.
Yes, so the comment is around, you need buy-in from citizens. We need to make sure that we're not only trusted, but that people understand we are in fact working in their best interest. And we are functioning in their best interest. You really need to keep those things in mind, so thank you. Did we have this meeting? Did you come over to number five, please? Oh, this is five.
Number what?
I'm sorry, Steve, number one. Come to number one. Reverse, yeah.
She said you,
Yeah.
one. Well, you asked for one.
And let me repeat, let's talk as loud as we can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You said you asked for one must have, a servant leader, so anything else under that would be. So the priorities. Would be growth of employees, well-being of employees, empowerment of employees to support. The administration of the community, but lead by example, honesty, integrity, trustworthy, walk the walk, follow through, dedication, visionary, also creativity, sense of humor, ability to influence, good communication, awareness and observation.
Thank you. Excellent. So far has said, okay, so the one, they list 13. But really think about where you are on a scale of 1 to 10 in each one of those areas. And it is about modeling behavior that you would desire for others. That's what God meant when he said, be the change you want to see in the world. When you're angry and you get angry and you allow yourself to use angry behaviors, it really doesn't help the situation, and it gives people permission to act in the same way. So it's a matter of taking a deep breath and remembering to be civil and respectful, even if the other person is not being. Hard to do, still necessary for a leader. And I think we have 4 and 5 to go, is that correct? Thank you, 4.
So I think some of these were kind of said, but what I haven't heard, I think, is patience, compassion, self-awareness, and self-control. And then compromise, flexibility, that kind of looks for collaboration.
Yeah, I always think of self-control as mental discipline. Because when we're emotional, the reptilian part of our brain takes over, and literally it throws all kinds of chemicals in our body that are chemicals that make us literally hijack our thoughts. We honestly don't have control because we're just acting like the reptiles of fight, flight, or freeze. Depending on our personality, we do one of those, and a lot of times we fall. So you need to breathe. Pilots are taught never, ever, ever make a serious decision without a couple of deep breaths. You gotta get oxygen going. And then you have to remind yourself, oh, yeah, I'm gonna go to that frontal cortex. I'm gonna go to that part that's not as developed yet in human beings. And I'm going to develop it by slowing down and letting my rational mind catch up to my emotions. I am not going to just respond in this non-disciplined way. But it's mental discipline. You have to breathe, take a moment, give that person enough grace, even if they're acting completely uncivil. We respond in a way that's very rational, and it's very calm, and it's very respectful, and it's very civil. And it's a really hard thing to do, but very necessary. Okay. Of course, has one that hasn't been mentioned, however. Go ahead and let us know what you got on your list.
So we have, listening skills, humility, openness to new ideas, following through, and, a sense of humor, all of those things incurred. And also, the last one is delegation. Being able to delegate to other people because it's inclusive and there's also.
Well, the sense of humor, I think it's really important. Not take ourselves so seriously. A sense of humor can kind of lighten things a bit and not make things so heavy and drastic. When you put listening skills down, underneath it said, listen to understand. That's very different than listening, which we've already talked about. Listening means you actually heard the person. And that means you're spending so much time being present with them, you actually hear what's not being said. That you have the ability to read between the lines. That usually when people are saying things and they're very emotional about it, you can sense the emotion behind it. That you try to understand where the other person is coming from, especially if they have completely opposite views than you do. That you honestly and truly listen to try to understand, because with curiosity, you're trying to figure out why you're thinking the way you're thinking and how it differs from me. And so questions are very helpful as opposed to comments about what they just said. So thank you. Your work is, and it should never be done. Those of you who are a little bit older, remember in the 80s and 90s, there was a big push in corporations for companies, organizations to be learning organizations. Because that's the only way a leader would ever be effective is if they were constantly learning. So I still work with a couple companies that if I go in and say, what are you working on now? Without hesitation, a leader will tell me exactly what they're working on. Because they're always working on something. Always. And one of the techniques you might want to use is the Benjamin Franklin technique. Benjamin Franklin was young, was a diplomat to France, I believe. He was walking down the street and the ambassador of France approached him and said, I want you to know that you're probably one of the most brilliant people I've ever met. And you're also the most arrogant, obnoxious human being I've ever been in a presence of. If you'll notice when you walk down the street, people literally walk on the other side of the street because they don't want to have a conversation. It's painful. If you really want to be a leader, you need to think about your behavior. Now, Benjamin Franklin could have gotten angry, he could have responded, with bitterness, he could have. Instead, he went home and he decided he would write a list, all the qualities that a leader needed to possess in order to be a leader. That means in order to be influential. In order to turn around and actually have people following them. John Maxwell said, if you turn around and there's no one following you, you're just out for a walk. That is not the definition of a leader. So he went home, did a list, and he boiled it down to 13. And for the rest of his life, he rotated through those 13 qualities. I believe listening was one of them, not the top one. So once a week, he would pull that one, he'd work it for a week, and then he'd go to the next one and work it for a week, next one, work it for a week, and rotate through his entire life. And it's a name we all still remember because he intentionally developed the qualities he believed made for an exceptional leader. Think about it, on a scale of 1 to 10, where am I what should I be working on now? And maybe rotate through once a week or once a month, or at least work on something. Wake up in the morning and know today I am going to be better at what? Today I'm going to be better at what? Something. Now, we need to come up with a blueprint for success, so that next year you can come back together and you can review your progress for 2023. And then make plans for 2024 and then match the budget. You need to think in terms of the staff. Staff doesn't start with a blank piece of paper on any given day or in any given year. There are places where they absolutely must achieve results every single year. They must. These can fall into some natural categories. Some of the category examples that other that work with are things like core municipal services, infrastructure, public safety, downtown development, land use. I mean, there's very specific areas where any goal that we say are the high priority, it would slip right in under one of those. Now, in terms of governmental structure, the commission is to set the direction. That means that the staff needs to know specifically where are your priorities? What is it that you want over the next year? So once we set these, they're able to take them away and come back after discussing and looking at numbers, letting you know, this is probably a good priority, but it's not going to happen in 18 months. It's going to be more like 6 years. Because they're the experts in their field, they can come back and then you have that conversation before they then go put everything in the budget. Now, before we work in terms of what are the categories, I want to make sure that at each table, we are not heavy in one area. So at our tables right now, where are the boards and commissions? Or commissions, I'm sorry, where are the commissions that we need the township board?
The advisory boards?
Or committees? Yeah, let me go with committee first. Let me go, where's the committee, where are they represented? That's you, yeah, okay. Where are the commissioners, the elected officials?
Elected officials.
Trustee? You do not have one at this table, so I need someone, but not Bill. I need, because he's
a guy reminded you of Vaughn.
He's my mental bodyguard. No, he's got lots of things that he's reminding me of, like remind me when people don't talk about me, and all those things, he's reminding me. But I'm gonna need someone to move to this table. Where are the staff? Where's the staff? Okay, we have 4 staff over here. So I need 2 staff to move to, hold up staff again. All right, where does the staff need to move to? We have 1 year. We have 1 year, 1 staff. Yeah, we need to trade. We need 2 staff. We need where there is very little. You got 2 there. Okay, move short and they'll move to a table. That's a good way to have it.
First year from, we'll take the second.
Yeah, we can use that over here. Where am I going? Here. Well, we want to make sure that the staff, the commission, especially are having conversations around and understand these are the critical areas where we must achieve. And that any priorities that come with will in fact slide into one of these actual categories.
Try it again.
How about here? Here's what you're going to
you do, you're gonna take 10 minutes. Think about natural categories. These may not be them for you. This is what a lot of other communities use. Things like for municipal services, infrastructure, public safety, downtown development, land use. There's most municipalities want somewhere between 5 and 7, no more than that, because you're gonna have to come up with categories, things fall underneath. Otherwise, what happens is you get really diluted. It's like setting goals. If you set 12, you're probably not gonna do it. It's a matter of, you really want to come up with what are our highest priorities, and then go to staff and say, how does the budget cooperate with what we're saying? So take 10 minutes and take a stab at what are the natural categories that you believe we probably need to take a look at. For 10 minutes, because I will come back.
Yeah. So I just. Environmental. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
No, I got.
But by the way that we.
I'm a bad yeah, we're getting.
Well, another minute.
Got his traveler. That's the point.
I agree.
Direction. More, I'm just here to be straight out house. Yeah.
And that was part of that we had kind of the board is leaving.
And so. I take turns. And to me. That's the series of.
Okay, Jen.
We didn't, we want. People.
I know, but that's part of the.
I
know.
Here.
All right. Before lunch, let's try before lunch to be able to walk through these. It would be amazing. It would be amazing if we could actually come up with this stuff somewhere between 5 and 6. I want you to think about it, since we reported out, and trying to combine them. I really want you to think about, would all the projects, the goals that we live on for 2024, would they all be able to fall in under one of these categories? Think about that as we read through these
They have to be big enough, be able to capture, but clear enough to know what should fit, what goal should fit underneath each one of those. Make sense? So let's start here. This is number 2. Let's start with number 2.
I'm just listing the categories.
Yes, would you please?
Land use, infrastructure, public safety, economic development, community engagement / communication.
All right, okay. So if you have one of those, or it's very, very similar, please circle it so that we know what we've got in terms of commonality.
Say them again,
Can you repeat
Could you
those?
say those one time more?
Mariah.
Land use,
Land use, infrastructure, public safety, economic development, community engagement / communication.
all right, could you please share yours with us?
Sure, we talked about fiscal stability, and that could be across the board, all departments, all. Land use development, connecting, moving people, that means pathways, sidewalks, transit, roads, all in that category, and then public safety.
So something I want to think about. So connectivity could be a whole separate category. You also think about it fall underneath infrastructure. So, you got roads, pathways, trails, all that. It could fall under infrastructure. So just think about those kinds of things. And then over here, we've got. Okay, you've got fiscal management, if you circle that, because they had fiscal.
And then public safety, so roads, pedestrian, bikes, fire, and police. Administration, technology, parks, communication, policies and procedures, land use, preservation, development, and sustainability, cultural development, both internally and externally.
Okay, so could cultural development fall underneath like community engagement as an example? Those are the things you want to think about, because you want a category that I will understand, you will understand, citizens will understand. And when you're setting goals, you can easily slide them underneath where they belong.
One thing we started out with, what can we measure?
That's very good. Yeah, what can we measure? Although what you're gonna be measuring are the goals put underneath each one of these. Right? So let me ask about administration, technology. Does anyone else, we haven't reported out, have anything around those, around administration?
I provide the context for that.
Yes, please.
I was thinking about departments within Township Hall, particularly new departments, and how having a space in the blueprint for new departments could actually help them start to reach goals.
Okay, so what I'm wondering is there a category that administrative processes would fall underneath? Anyone think about a category that would be, or is it administrative processes all by itself? Yeah, I'm seeing some people say, yeah, it's administrative processes.
It's all of them. We came up with yes to that question. Is there a category? Yes, all of them.
Okay, tell me more. The administration falls under each one of those.
You have administrative processes function for infrastructure, certainly for public safety, that's where you have your policies and your budgeting and other things to make sure that you're providing adequate public safety. Economic development, the same thing, there is a lot of structure, I don't mean not physical structure, but structure in an organization that goes into that, and the same thing with community engagement. It's all intentional, and it all takes a lot of brain power and cooperation for the people that are there day to day and other volunteers and other people.
So comment here with administration and. Tell me one more time about that.
It's kind of half-baked, but I was just thinking about. There's been a lot of change and development in Township Hall, new departments. And without having a specific spot in the blueprint for goals and like supporting the brand new development and departments within the administration of Township Hall, I could see other goals being met without like a focus on admin.
So if we think about that as a goal that you might say, I would like to say that's a high priority. Establishing and supporting development and effectiveness of each new blah, blah, blah. Where would that fit here? Where would you put that there? As an example, that if they set that goal, under which one of those categories would it fall?
I'm thinking that's a separate category.
Okay, so that's the point.
Yeah, that's.
So that is, so what could we call it? Administrative.
It's the government functioning.
Coordination.
More government functioning. I mean, what's the word? Because then all the administrative things that you know need to be addressed, any goals, any projects, any activities that you say is administrative and really needs to be addressed, would fall underneath that. Administrative efficiency. Would we write that administrative efficiency? Thank you. And now we have 2 tables left. May I go to the first table? No, that's 3. Yeah.
So we started broad.
Okay, go ahead.
We started broad and really we're looking at vision for and from department heads and staff engagement within the township, and we kind of evolved into 3 key areas: engagement, both employee and democratic engagement.
Okay, so we've got that community engagement there.
Yeah, but it was engagement both internally and externally.
Right.
Okay, so
That's a little
would
different
you be
than-
willing to add down there, internal and external?
Both employee and then the public,
Yeah.
public part of that. Sustainability, both fiscal and economic development. And environment. And then resilience, and under that, we had essential services, fire, water, sewer.
Stuff we got it. Right. I was gonna ask, someone else has sustainability. So what do we mean by sustainability? I've had a few actually in the last 3 years who had sustainability, but it was a little bit. So they reworded it, or they flipped it under somewhere else. Where are we sustainable? So tell me what you mean by sustainability.
We meant kind of threefold, physical stability, a sustainable community, meaning, you know, kind of healthy diversity economically and racially, ethically, sustainable community, and then environmental sustainable.
And I think what you might have been thinking about too, is, as far as building and, materials and things that are going to be more environmentally friendly. I guess that goes under environment, but building things that are helping to reduce cost of things.
Absolutely, because I think the cost and environment.
Right. So could I ask that, could we have sustainability as something that would fall underneath infrastructure?
I think that
It's
narrows
not.
it, that's, we just cut out 2/3.
Okay, okay, so sustainability right now, there's, talk about, yeah, we're talking over there. Think about sustainability as standalone, and then it's over here at this table.
Oh, sustainability definition, we just go out, the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level. So sustainability can fall under safety, administration, environment, infrastructure. Fiscal.
Yeah, you're not thinking about the short term, you're thinking about the long.
That's right, so fiscal, community, environment.
Let me write this
And
down.
separate from resilience. Which we learned during COVID what our essential services were. And we had to be very done.
I think there's when you break it down, I mean, there's so many buckets, but I feel like engagement, sustainability, resilience, kind of can establish the metrics around those.
Yeah.
And to establish a baseline, so you can, I mean, I heard you, Marilyn, say, in a year from now, we want to know where we're doing, and I mean, you gotta establish a baseline. You gotta be able to have metrics to see how you're doing to rate yourself to improve.
And I think we could get metrics across those 3 areas across all departments.
Okay, so I've got sustainability, I had fiscal,
So the 3 buckets are engagement, sustainability, and resilience.
And within those, there's a lot.
Yeah,
okay,
but it captures kind of everything, I think.
okay, I might be the only one confused.
I hear what you're saying, but it seems like, I mean, in my brain, which is definitely not an engineer's brain. It makes sense to use your buckets under some of these, you know what I mean? So like land use, sustainability, obvious, infrastructure, sustainability and resilience, like I think.
I think it can go either. way.
Yeah, because if you say to me, our core group is resilience, I don't know what that means, but if you say. I want my public safety to have resilience, then I get.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I think it can go either way, like when I think of the 3 buckets, especially when we're talking about something measurable. Engagement, sustainability, resilience are measurable across public safety, open space, art, assessing. You know,
Right,
you
they're
can measure something in each of them.
They're quality.
Yeah, there are qualities that are measurable, you can do a baseline across any of the fields. But you can organize it either way, it doesn't matter. But this says values too, yeah, that's what I like about that. Like infrastructure isn't a value, infrastructure is an area in which we work.
But isn't that what,
And then we
isn't that what
extract
we're doing, in
values.
other words, in the areas, adding the values?
I would say that a very effective way to go about it. You're establishing where you have to achieve results. And then underneath, you are saying, and these are the results that we want to achieve. So what I hear is, when you're saying sustainability, fiscal engagement, resilience, I hear quality of life. And those things fall underneath quality of life. However, when I listen to how each one of these would actually be goal in each one of those, I think you have a rich way of being able to set goals in each one of those areas that are very resilient, that are very engaging. I do think that fiscal responsibility or fiscal vitality or fiscal stability, maybe. I don't know your township and how it works. A lot of municipalities have fiscal something, fiscal stability, but then think about what goals would you put underneath fiscal responsibility or fiscal stability? What would be the goals in that area?
Under each department, I would suggest some goals. I don't want to get into the detail, but under assessing and treasury and finance and utilities, I mean. I don't think it's as important, you know, it's just kind of which way you organize it, right?
Correct.
I like what Mary said, we didn't come up with categories of. Things to achieve progress on, we came up with core values.
That we want to measure.
Really need to be measured for the.
And so I would ask that we reframe that and think, where would I set some goals in these kinds of categories to ensure that in fact that happens? Because you're looking, when we say blueprint, you're looking for something you can return to 6 months from now and say, here's where we achieve results in these areas. And next year, you take a look and say, these key goal areas still make sense and they're relevant.
I'm just thinking of like the budgetary center, is that where you're thinking?
Well, you're gonna set the budget around infrastructure, around land use, around public safety, around
budgetary.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking for is. In what areas can I set some goals that are measurable, that we know we can achieve? And then we can ask staff to execute, or at least come back and let us know if what we're thinking in terms of that goal makes sense. Is it doable? Does it take, what kind of labor will it take, what kind of time will it take, what kind of budget will it take? Is that making more sense? Yeah, so you need really concrete areas where you have to achieve results. Very concrete.
Yep.
That you would attach goals to, and you'd attach a budget to each one of those goals.
And year over year.
Year over year. And again, next year you look back and say, is this the right wording? No, what we realized is these two can actually be combined. Or that's gotta have a completely different category. Or this, I mean, I've had some that have completely like intergovernment relationships, what intergovernment relationships was one of them for 20 years. And after a while, they established it's not one of them. Now it's just been under their municipal services. It just, we set goals around the government because things change. So let's take a stab at, as we have listened, what would be at least one we would agree to? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as a key results area. Pardon me?
Public safety.
Public safety, yeah. Because there is every year you establish goals within public safety and you have a budget that goes to public safety, right? Every year, so you know that's probably, does anyone want to argue with that one?
The voter.
And you will be, I mean, this is something you'll probably have on your website, and so you will have citizens that are able to go and say, oh, here's the goals that are set for the coming year in each one of these categories. What's another one that makes sense? And what do we, oh, and then administrative efficiency.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was.
Could you do me a favor and just play along? What kind of goals do you have under administrative efficiency, for an example? What goals would you set in that area?
Looking at our processes that we have, then see how we can fine tune.
Review current processes, benchmark perhaps other communities, and establish as effective. Okay, so that might be one, yes? Would you rather effectiveness? That makes sense. Again, I just gotta play this out and say, what other goals would you decide that?
I think each department would probably decide on their metrics for their specific efficiency or effectiveness and put it there.
Okay, so each department would take a look and say, here's a goal we're gonna set within this department. Any others? The goals fit underneath.
I just feel like it's so big underneath it. Is being able to communicate with all those different players and the public and listening to, I just think that is really.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this out again, because if we have a category called community or just engagement, internal and external, communication would probably fall in there. Right?
Yeah, but we want to communicate like about public safety. We want
Yes,
an outcome, you know, a goal about related to communication,
yes,
you know, around each one,
yeah,
everything we do.
because that's your next step. We're going to form groups, probably with some expertise in each group, to say, who really needs to work on public safety in this room? Who really needs to work on administrative, and then take a stab at what are some of the goals that we need for the upcoming year. Now, I heard someone say infrastructure makes sense. Tell me what falls under infrastructure for you. Water, sewer,
Transportation.
roads, transportation, that whole walkability, connectability. Do pathway, park, that's all part of the, okay?
And land use.
How does that differ from land use?
Land use and infrastructure in this township have to be in it.
They go hand in hand.
That's a huge, I mean, that's huge.
Okay, so would you rather it be called land use, or would you rather it be called infrastructure, or would you rather it be called land use / infrastructure?
Bingo.
Is that it? Yeah, infrastructure could, yes, could be, it's roads. Okay, so land use / infrastructure. Makes sense, you'll have a lot of goals in that category, I'm sure. What other category? Fiscal management, fiscal vitality, fiscal stability, fiscal.
I just think everybody should have a goal related to that. Or.
Will that be under administrative
Or it could go there.
effectiveness? That, yeah, you're gonna be doing the fiscal stuff here. All right, what else do we have?
I think something about environmental protection, because there are a lot of changes that we have, and yeah, that also is a key expectation, I think, of us.
Yeah,
Environmental protection is different than infrastructure.
yeah. Because we have like a Galvin for land preservation. So that's what's going to have lots of.
Could be under public safety.
It's you know, and it overlaps with water.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me that would go under land use infrastructure.
You know, Marilyn, we can also organize around the budgetary center.
Okay, 1 second, I want everybody to hear that. Okay, because you've got categories in your budget right now?
Well, people are responsible for different funds in different areas of each budget, and that's something that our, you know, budget team has already emailed people out about. I mean, it would fit into this. I'm just saying that would be a natural way to organize teams if you wanted.
Oh, okay, natural way to organize teams to work on one of the, again, when that team works on it, like the team works on infrastructure, then everyone will be able to contribute afterward. You'll come up with what should be our highest priority for the next 12 to 18 months. Now, you might say, this is really important, it's gonna be a 5-year project, but there's things we need to do in the next 12 to 18 months to really make this happen. So you'll definitely have that as one of your goals. And then clarifying what happens in the next 12 to 18 months toward that 5-year goal, okay? Now, we do not have, from what I've gathered, economic development covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have it here, we don't have it up here.
In some ways, it fits with land and infrastructure.
Well, to me, it would be downtown development. It would be attracting businesses.
Brandon had a question. Do we want to do that?
Because we're not really.
It's kind of like marketing.
Okay, so the question is, do we want to do that?
I mean, that's what I was trying to get at. It's sort of to the degree that Scio Township now does economic development, it sort of happens through these other things like land use. You know, the planning commission considers different developments. Board also, because the planning commission is recommending board, but there's sort of a process or processes. Businesses that want to grow or locate here to go through the township process in order to do so. The DDA thinks probably more intensively about the DDA district, where a lot of the commercial industrial activity occurs.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect of it, but I think that's could also be under the category, the broader category, land use and infrastructure.
Yes, so it depends on if this team wants to focus on economic development. That's probably it. Is this team interested? Because at first, if I overheard the conversation, it was just around downtown development. And then it was, well, it's kind of narrow, it actually should be economic development, and downtown development falls underneath economic development. Because
Yeah, I think Scio is being economically developed by and not actually actively trying to.
Right.
It's proximity to all the things we said early on, with freeways, with Ann Arbor, with the talent base. It's doing it and it's actually fighting against the land use and they're not aligned. And so you guys are actually seeing, Scio is actually seeing economic development despite not having a strategy in place.
so it seems to me, if you had economic development, you would, one of the goals would be formulate a strategy for development in the next, I don't know, look at your master plan, against the master plan, so that you have more influence over how it is that you are, and you're more strategic about how you want that
We
land
need to
use.
have that process to figure out what we want.
Yeah, that would be,
I don't think we have.
Well, the other part of that conversation is the most of the development that we have in Scio is within the DDA district, right? The majority of our businesses are already within the.
Isn't that what we want?
Because we want to diversify. I mean, at some point, just people might not know that this began back.
That's where the utilities and the services are.
It's being controlled by. Wastewater treatment plants. Township. That's what we just said.
okay, so, Bill, if you would speak louder so that everyone could hear what you said, I think that's important, and I'm able to hear as well.
I was sort of elaborating on what Laura just said, and that is. You just said, and that is that there's a corridor in the middle of. Scio Township, the Jackson Road corridor, which is the DDA district, more or less. Where the utilities are located that would allow for denser development, whether it's denser residential development or commercial industrial development. It really sort of has to take place there. And I think the kind of the tension that you were alluding to in some ways is, when people try to sort of build outside of that, then you have these proposals for community wastewater treatment plants like the Heritage Woods project. They're sort of pushing the limits of where Scio Township has said through its planning and infrastructure and construction over time, the dense development will occur. So
a strategy and a communication to an economic development strategy, to tell the development community, this is where we want to concentrate development, this is where we want to see redevelopment and where we don't.
And so it might be economic development is you establish a plan for the next 10 years and processes that you use in order to communicate with.
And that's where, with the master plan, we'll be building upon that to really bring in a more serious analysis of water and sewer.
Yes.
I mean, we had a very contentious vote on the first private wastewater treatment plant. I mean, do we want to keep letting these spring up or not? I mean, it's a serious conversation we have to have, particularly when we want to protect the environment.
But I think we also have to think, we can't just think big, we have to think small too, like the agritourism is definitely part of this, right? We have an agritourism ordinance, and that's part of economic development. People are wanting to bring farms to Scio Township. And, getting something in place about that sort of thing. You can't just have the ordinance without any planning about what that looks like.
it's a good segue into your lunch conference.
I think, and you're absolutely right. That's a great segue to that. I'm going to rewrite these so you can actually read them. I think we have at least one more that's out there. But during lunch at your tables, I really want you to think about threats and opportunities. Because they can blindside us. I had a lot of communities that said, I wish we would have thought about, electric plug-ins earlier. Because now they're kind of panicking. I want you to think, if you read this, I want you to think in terms of demographic for this township, technology for this township, and legislation. I mean, it might be, I know in the next few years, there's gonna be a drastic difference in the money that we receive from the federal government, then, right, there's things around the corner. Where are the opportunities that we wanna make sure that we take advantage of? And where might be some of the threats that we don't wanna be blindsided by? So let's make this a working lunch again, because I don't want you to leave at 6, and if you can even get out here a little bit earlier than 4, would be nice. So, converse about those during lunch. I'll write these, and we'll come back to this.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Where does?
Yes.
Yes. Because there's just items like this, and this. Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Truly.
The biggest thing is we should bring up. We're gonna be.
Pay up. Shape it right. Try to do it once.
Right. Thank you, Will.
Yeah. Okay. All right. People say crazy, so they say. And this up was where it's great. Talk for a while and they didn't really like. Things just. They're just sort of. Yeah.
That is proposed. Like, and brief that is creating now is. That's just
But signing some countries, okay, starting the plan. You should have been worked out, you'll be signing on this, yeah, when you really look at it, often about the city. Look at where change, what's in your. It would be such a great out of my say, but. One of my first years on. Yeah. Yes, right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yes. Obviously. So. For years. All through. The help.
Now, maybe not a few.
Well, that's. Situation where this is a little bit here. Used to be. That's a choice. Sure. Or. Make a road. Up to the marshes. Yeah. It's really hard. To, out from this level development on the freeway, this is really sewer rather than so it's. That's. Yeah. Of course, no.
Five minutes.
Yeah. I just want to make sure in some of it. Ground. Oh, I'm going to forget, like, it's one thing, the tree brings. Right. Like a dad. the proposal probably. So. Scott. Yeah. Also, I'm taking benefits. Yeah. What right? They just trying to use it to get money out of it. It's sort of cases. And like, switch out one, they, oh, now, every day, they. And all under Josh. So he said, so it's okay for him, so that they actually. So we're talking to our, well, what was ever gonna tell them? Oh, no, we want to generate. What? Oh, yeah. What's the status? Nature of. Information is supposed to be civil.
Yeah.
Once you're on the ball. It's. And sort of like. It's split that box in your deep state. Certainly. If you also understand. And I wonder if they drop it.
everybody, if you, flatten the paper boxes that your thing came in and tuck it into here, we'll put it in our community recycling. As opposed to it all going in the trash.
So everything else box there.
Yeah.
That is great. You got everything. Yeah. Sure. We get.
Areas. Yes.
I didn't work.
Yeah. 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 Here you go. It's like. Windows. Slide. I don't remember, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
If you not started the conversation about what are some of around the corner opportunities you can take advantage of and maybe are not. And what are some of the threats that demographics and technology or legislation, what do we need to be aware of so we're not blindsided? We haven't started that and writing it out of paper. Okay, so opportunity. What's the right time?
Follow there. This is great. It's so exciting. Yeah. So. So there's.
Or that.
Yeah. No, see, this will work.
Mary.
I don't think plastic ones can go in. There's another bin underneath the sink there. I just brought this one out for paper.
All buried, all buried. Again, how do the place.
Let's take 2 more minutes and wrap up. Got here, 2 more minutes.
And to say that the press.
Requires. Can't.
Like, my neighbor, I'm thinking, well, thirty cells coming in. Ribs those, we're having, are you happy?
Have a lot of commonality. And we'll have people. So while we're reporting these out, I want you to think about a few things. Is there a category we haven't captured yet that displays service? B, all right, so am I thinking, when I start thinking about goals or projects that go underneath each one of these larger, and again, you may have another one here. When I start thinking about these, is there anything we can do about these? Some of them, we have no control over. But it's a good thing that we know we're not lightheaded that it could be occurring. Others may say, wow, that's a real threat. Is there something we can do about it? Is there a goal that we should be setting in order to not have that devastate us? So think about those things as we're hearing the report us. So let's start with this group, threats and opportunities. Let's just go through the threats first. And we'll go around the room and then we'll come to the opportunities.
Okay. So for threats, we have, under development, we have, wastewater, water in general, annexation, crime, cyber attacks, pollution, especially government, which has been for almost 40 years. Emergencies, both fire and medical, and public discipline.
Okay, good work, good work. But we have to know, let's start cleaning it in, so we don't fall asleep in the blood sugar drop. Right on the table?
We have funding public safety, annexation, lack of communication, and impact of VOC behavior on staff morale.
Keep those things in mind. One of the things we talked about was having administrative effectiveness. We talked about the fact that each department probably needs to take a look and see where they might establish a goal in this area. But also taking a look at our culture. What are we trying to create? Is there something that we need as a goal or a project in order to fall underneath that to be as effective as possible? So good work. Back to the
Under threat, we have community wastewater systems, contamination of our water system through fertilizer and also community systems, instability, unmanaged growth, disinformation. We actually have annexation on both, as both a threat and an opportunity, because annexation, I won't do my full speech. It can be a third. Population growth fell under a threat and an opportunity also. And then under, are we doing opportunities yet?
No, we'll just do threat. There was one, did you say instability?
Incivility.
Oh,
not being
yes.
civil.
Gotcha, not being civil. And by unmanaged growth, think about this. One of the reasons why you want to be strategic in each one of these areas, let's say in economic growth, development and in land use, and because then you have more influence over how you're gonna use that land or how you're gonna economically develop. And you put some processes in order so that you're not just one-offing each business or each piece of growth that comes your way. You have a plan that you're able to fit into, that you will be flexible, but it means that you really discuss what is it that you want to become? Why are we doing what we're doing? And can therefore be more strategic about each piece. Thank you very much.
Sure. So kind of a threat that's becoming an opportunity, the over privatization of township staff, so over reliance on people like OHM, Carlisle Wortman, turning into an opportunity as we develop our own GIS capability to hold and maintain critical information. Threats, Gelman, climate change generally, specifically wind and flood events. A threat will be an opportunity, but threat probably the next decade, LASA, operation of LASA will probably have to come under the township. Limited qualified skilled workforce, always needing to compete for the brightest, because we have this kind of demographic shift. And also with the demographic shift, having a very relatively old, healthy, long-living, wealthy township is where we can have a lot of EMS calls, we can't respond. So need for expanded fire and EMS services to meet the needs of our aging population.
And I'm hearing that from every single municipality I've worked with in that competitive workforce.
Yeah,
It's becoming harder and harder to fill positions where you need expertise, especially.
right.
So a lot of it is, yeah, how do we attract the people that we need? How do we retain, talent that we have? And so you bring up demographics. Things like, are we aware of demographic sphere? We had a very brief conversation about the aging community that not only may use EMS, but maybe thinking about downsizing. I mean, there's like an implication from.
Right.
And do we have youth coming in? That has a lot to do with everything from our schools to our.
And one more thing, just a lack of sufficient workforce housing.
Lack of sufficient workforce housing, yeah, thinking about those things, and you think about that when you look at how you're gonna, use your lane. Those are the things that you have in the back of your mind. As data around why you're making the decisions that you're making. And this group over here. Also doing it.
Potential threats. A population growth development without proper planning, a draw on our resources.
So are you experiencing population growth right now in that?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Being reactive instead of proactive. Infrastructure not keeping up with growth, public safety not keeping up with growth. So it's really keeping up with government, regarding the growth. Now, opportunities, the demographics provide more, oh, I'm sorry, chicken scratch here, provide more opportunities and services.
Are you on opportunities?
I'm sorry, provide more, with the demographic growth. The positive of that would be to provide more opportunities and services, because of the growing tax base from that. Also had a side note of grants, applying for grants.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Were those opportunities that you just discussed, those were all good? Okay, because I was gonna say, why don't we just go on and you go through your opportunities and we'll grant everybody else an opportunity.
And that's what we did. That's all we had.
Okay, that's it. Good work. Did you have something to add to that? The next round, the next round, I imagine that this wonderful young lady is not gonna be doing the charting and the reporting out. We're gonna share the load.
No,
Okay.
it was a collaborative, but they made me stand up and say. Yeah, that's. Okay, so you don't wanna talk about technology and legislation?
Oh, yes, please, talk about,
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna go for opportunities now.
Okay, well, the technology, well, we have plus and minus.
Okay.
Or minus and plus, technology, Internet of Things, access, cybersecurity.
Yeah, and our thing, being online is a bigger, area of attack for cyber criminals.
Right.
And get information, have it. So the more connected we are, the more vulnerable. we are.
And people are demanding connectivity. And that's the consequence that comes with it as well.
Plus of technology, automation of tasks, enhanced communication. And legislative, state versus local control. So having more, that's the negative, there's something that was just passed recently. And then the positive is local control for planning.
Okay, all right, thank you, good work. Come back around, talk to us about the opportunity, this is Steve, but we want to make sure that we are.
So again, we had annexation and population growth on both threats and opportunities.
Does everybody see the threat and the opportunities in annexation? Everybody, okay.
What's the opportunity?
Yeah. Was annexation not an opportunity?
Is it?
Is it an opportunity? Well, it's an opportunity to provide, we talk a little bit about workforce housing. If the city of, for example, if the city of Dexter was interested in putting in a workforce housing development that could also it would include residents from Scio, the city of Dexter would be providing the sewer and water for that. If it was under a 425 agreement, Scio Township would still be getting a portion of the tax base for that, so.
The workers.
And yes, and might get the workers, so that's part of it.
I get it, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. And population growth can be a benefit also for an opportunity. Also, we had broadband, engaging a more diverse population. We think that there's probably some diversity in the population of Scio Township that just isn't being tapped for volunteering, for attending meetings or being part of what's going on. Having more staff with the township that gives more support to our volunteer groups. That's something that's already happening, but that's an opportunity to increase that. Possibly becoming a charter township is an opportunity, and then also doing some planning.
Let's have just a conversation about that, because they really did up. Bodily responsibility.
Well, pro, it is definitely an opportunity because it's something different. Like that's part of, not to get on my soapbox, but opportunity doesn't always, opportunity doesn't always have to be shiny and fantastic. It can be just a positive change or a change in another direction, open up other opportunities. I'm gonna stick by my charter township.
And with being the forum to have that discussion, but based on the physical responses to that, I think that probably needs some discussion. You're gonna have people on both sides, that's fine. It's important to be able to hear each other and figure out where the pros and where the cons are, and what the opportunities are, and what would that look like in the future, and again, what would the unintended consequences be if we did? And those conversations can be very fruitful. What are your opportunities?
Well, the opportunity is kind of the flip side of what we were talking about before. We're developing our GIS system and capabilities so that we can have less reliance on some private companies and more reliance on our public servants to maintain our critical information about water and sewer
infrastructure, parks, paths, assessing, all the essential information we need. The IRA funding, and all of the investments right now that the democratically controlled state legislature has made for solar and wind and other things. I think there's a lot of opportunities we haven't jumped on. I know we get the emails about local B-state control. I think that's sort of a, local B-state control comes up when we want to argue about a topic. I personally think it's very good to promote the solar and wind, and I think we should be looking at that. And that's okay with me, that we have a state who said that's a priority, so I'd like to look at that.
All right, so those three immediately in my head went, that is such a good example of where would this GIS, where would that fall under here? Where would to continue
It's all for it.
development of the GIS?
Yeah, because it's a cross-cutting all the area.
Okay, because it will need to fall in underneath one of those so that there's focus on it. There's any budget that has to go, it's gotta go.
Chris is on it.
Yeah, so, I mean, that should be in your strategic plan is what I'm saying. And that it might, yeah, put it somewhere so that it doesn't get lost, and so that there's budget to it, so that we know where the funds are going to be appropriated. And where would IRA, what about the IRA? Is there something, would there be a goal around that? That would fit
I
somewhere?
guess administratively, we need to go for the fund, right, Jan?
What is it? What do we?
The Inflation Reduction Act or something?
So there's probably a goal around optimize the inflation reduction by. And then put it on there, so, because otherwise, if it's not written, it doesn't give you anything.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden, 6 months have passed and we haven't done anything.
and I say just generally speaking, I'd say we think that we should continue to build our capacity to go after federal and state opportunities. We don't yet have enough kind of organized build capacity in-house to do that. Kind of a little haphazard, and I think we missed out on.
And that right there sounds like a very specific, great goal. Continue taking advantage of by. So, good work. Your opportunity.
The revision of Jackson Road, from car dealerships to maybe something else theoretically. And also, redevelopment of specific large commercial properties, like the Goodrich, properties, like, opportunities for the redevelopment of, by Wendy's there behind, Malloy property, so just. As things go out, the auto mall, so there's an opportunity to do something else or something new in those large parcels along Jacksonville.
Especially when you know in advance, though, there's going to be an exit. Then think as early as possible, what are the alternatives? Rather than waiting and, doing months of what, right? For the opportunities. We have a leader in training here. This little elderly learned not.
Very excited to hear about the future of Jackson Road. They're thinking 30, 50, 60 years.
That's right.
Economic growth. Police and information, water and utilities. Right. Fire, emergency response and public trust.
Increase public trust, there is an opportunity, there's a really big opportunity. Right, so keeping those things in mind. And thinking about goals that you think are the highest priorities. For the next 12 to 18 months. What is something we're missing here? Because I'm remembering the engagement, internal and external. Think of that's what it was. Engagement or
Yeah.
You got it right now.
Yeah, culture, I agree with
What do you got?
engagement, sustainability and. Yeah, engagement was kind of democratic engagement, employee engagement and community.
And we call that culture, internal and external culture.
Sure, that works.
Oh, okay, so let me, okay, so
There's slash engagement.
Yeah, you said.
You can do
How do I get a vote?
You
okay, and then you gave me a few more that I think we need to keep in mind, and that's internal, external around.
Oh, the engagement,
Yeah.
we kind of suggested it, or culture, whatever works.
Okay.
Suggested around democratic,
Okay.
employee.
Okay, and so we've got internal and external, okay. Is there a fifth one that,
I just think resilience isn't as prominent. But, I mean, it can be through all.
give me some goals that would be underneath the building?
Well, for example, you know, within 24 hours of a wind event, you know, what the township would do within 24 hours of, you know, a power outage at, you know, Jackson and Wagner, or one of our major things. I mean, those would involve fire, utilities, you know, for water and sewer, when, you know, pump station goes down, kind of our emergency response for each of those. I mean, that our emergency response is kind of the simplest.
Okay, would emergency response be here in administrative effectiveness? It would be in public safety. Okay, so I'm just gonna,
Some of it would, yeah.
Uptime, right? What's our uptime? Do we have a problem?
Yeah.
We're going down, what's our uptime? You know, the software roll is 5 nines, 99.9999 is. You do something akin to that for,
Right.
like you just said, wind. What is the uptime when we have a major disaster, where you really need it, or a generator, the great example. Recent example, which, and zero uptime when you really need it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, or for our residents with like private wells, what is it that we want to do? Do we want to have checked in with all of our residents within 72 hours? You know, these are different goals we could have if we want to be more responsible.
okay, so that could be in here. I want you to start thinking about goals in each one of these areas. And if you have a goal in your head, I think this is probably one of the top few for me. It doesn't have to fit in underneath one of these, list it anyway, because it may mean we don't have a bucket for that yet, and we need one. So I want you to start thinking in the next 12 to 18 months, and we were having a conversation, keeping the master plan here, because there needs to be congruency between what we're doing and how it matches the master plan, where we're going in the future. For the next 12 to 18 months, what are our highest priorities? Now, clerk, Jessica will work really well. Clerk Jessica, you made a comment earlier about the best way for us to break up into these 4 quadrants would be, because we want to make sure we have expertise in each one of these areas at the table. I mean, for public safety, if we've got fire and police here, I definitely want them working in here, because they're very aware of what we need to maintain, what we need to change, what we might need to add, those kinds of things. So you said we could work with,
You know, your budget areas that you're responsible for, just to make sure the staff here organize themselves into those areas. Like who's responsible for fire, code enforcement, assessing, water, sewer, and park.
okay, will that work? If I say, okay, therefore, at the table that we're calling number 1 right now, if public safety would go there. And if at this table, and we may need to push 2 together, who would be working on administrative effectiveness? And then who would be working on land use, and who would be land use infrastructure, and who would be working on economic development? Could we break up into those?
And how big land use.
Yes, we are. We are, which means that's gonna be this team right here. They're gonna push these 2 tables together. Whoever's working on land use infrastructure is gonna be here. Whoever's working on public safety will be over there. Whoever's working on administrative effectiveness, perhaps this table. If we have to bring in more chairs, more tables, we will. And then economic development will work here. Why don't we try, we'll move ourselves around and say, I don't know where I fit, yeah, there's a question, yeah?
Got a quick one for you.
All right, let's have a conversation.
Serve water.
No.
But make infrastructure with the roads, utilities, your transportation, and then your lane. What is your parts in there and what's also the land?
Because it's gonna be a big group of land and infrastructure, land use and infrastructure.
That's actually, there's overlay, but it's your choice as a team. You do understand when there are 30 people in the room, it's a lot harder to sense this than if there were 8. So it's your choice. If you think that the plan will be more efficient, if you break them out into land use and infrastructure, you can do that, or you can keep them together. So let me hear from the people who want to break them out. Yes.
Yeah, I think, table one land, one infrastructure, we're close enough that we can exchange ideas if we need to, but it's a lot to talk about in a short time, and we put them together, we may not do very much at all.
That's great. Okay, and someone who would say, no, I think they should stay together.
No, I think that makes sense, especially for group group discussion.
Well, and after you come up with your goals in each one of those areas, we may say, yeah, they still do belong together. Or we may say, actually, they definitely stay apart. What you're gonna look for is, what goals do you want to look at in each one of these for the next 12 to 18 months? That you serve with staff and say, we need budgets around here, tell them that this will work. You had a comment.
People were asking who wanted to keep them together. It's responding.
And you want to keep them together?
Yeah, but that's okay. I can go with the least.
So we are gonna need to get up and live.
What I'm thinking is, if you separate them out now, you'll know that there's some overlaps, and when you talk to each other, you'll figure out where the overlaps are. Then you can decide if you keep them together or if you separate. Yes.
I'm not clear on what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, now we got to relocate.
I'm gonna tell you physically what to do once we all understand what our task is. Okay, so the task is, we are going to put ourselves into the groups. And when I say put yourself in the group now, public safety will be at that table. Administrative effectiveness will be back here, at table 4. Land use will be here, infrastructure will be there, and here will be economic development. What you're going to do when you get to your table is you're going to talk about what do we think is most important for the next 12 to 18 months, and try to word them as a project, a goal, an activity, something that's going to be done. And if you can get to that could be measured a year from now to say, hey, we made progress, that's even better. Yes, tangible things. Tangible, measurable things that we think are really important for the next 12 to 18 months in each one of those categories. How long do you believe you need? 20 minutes?
Yeah.
20 minutes, okay. I'll check in at 20 minutes and see if you need more. Okay. Please move to the table now.
No,
Each department processes.
yeah,
I couldn't see them.
being.
I'm more. Sorry, I'm not like. Yeah. Yeah, no, I say I do. What's only like. Yeah, oh, you had it too? You don't. We're so sorry. I'll tell you, I've done. I was an alternate. Yeah. I've got that. I'll tell you how it works. I've got, yeah, that's what that. Okay.
Someday.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. Downtown development.
There's a strategy for
So here's an algebra. So example, yeah, I'm a whole lot of. Jack. J-Rock is trailer. Right. What, you know, maple to paper. Right? Everybody else was. Well, It's a goal that. Or. Is it the development director follows or?
Yeah.
Develops. You know, redevelop existing properties. Consistent with.
Yeah.
You got that. Yeah. We can fix it. Right, we need to roof by that at all. Need all the one that I need. Right now, since I'm the car is. My worry is that say, oh, we're gonna do some years. Two, we're gonna abandon the corner, right, we're gonna go something nicer.
Water through. Well, it's also for the same side of being. Because it's the interest. So it's all. I don't see that as, I see, I would see anything more like infrastructure more than economic development. What do you want, where, what's our goals for section of land or section of road? We're setting aside the. I am thinking more of the plan. What goes where and what Goodrich? What's the Goodrich? You got a theater that you can't put a theater in the door. There's no hole to see the theater. So what should we do? Let's write it for 3 days. In the next weekend. One of our charters program. Things that we can do. The Sundays, well, that's. So what are the measurable within the next 8 years? So that's. Yeah. Hey, let's change we are 3%, you know, that's common. We need to. So, yeah. Some of the roads. So we're putting. More one thing. The other. We don't make it, right, there was one, so we have. He's one, rather than all the lots and they can see through the door with a. We could. Oh, smart. Yeah. There's outreach. Well, this is something. One. It's all everything. The only way to show.
Where are we?
Yes. You're right. I said 20 years. Hey, there anybody? 20 years. Extending the life of the so doing various things to be jacked up. It's opportunistic and anything, but I'm scared. And pursue. Here's how much it is. You know, something if I die, I mean, what something that is the air is capturing
So we get this. They don't need it. You should get, you should let them get it. You know, you need, things that the fire service. It's not all things that have. So. Share. Yeah. It's like a transaction. Like the same thing. All things. Go back to. Look, you reinvest. That's all. If you don't have EA, that's fine.
We should get entities.
As they move, so that the wind works out. Just going to really have to scale.
I got to extend the.
Yeah, stay down there. So, usually see how there's needs. Yeah, that is the development. It's going to personal. And so he has to say that what the simple was created is to the degree that. Part of the attention.
Those. Extends all. Yes, so that's.
the question is our vision to develop Westwood rather than north? So because we've got sewer in Westwood, we have sewer in Westwood. No, sewer. Yes, right. What? You got it, something you got it. That's really cool. It'd be cool, yeah.
So, life of the wrong, we do one week, or once a month, you know. That's major. That's what the DA was creating. Yeah. Yes, it's created category. It's all about. Bottle like bottle. So. There are really gonna yeah. In our meetings.
Just curious, I'm totally excited about this. Okay, so I might have. I'm trying
The bigger question. Questions more relevant to what going on forward. We got the team. You just right now. Okay, but that's. Yeah. Great. Put it in context. I think you're starting. Okay. We're getting a chip. Or you're gonna be mine. What's that? There. What do you want to do? You know what you need to do. But I can. We need to be prepared to take the goal, things like that. So
But. Sewer. On the right, everyone is going to be a priority. Once it's the wood. Yes. We said, yeah. Yes. I used to, I do everything. The gas. Yeah, we're working on special. Is not part of the artist. I'm just saying. For areas. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So what we started. Maybe I'm not running. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Really, what's really nice. We heard, yeah, I'm very familiar here. These brackets. It's used. Oh, sure. Created here, shared vision of redevelopment slash the community.
There's one on each side.
Get that, get them. Market. Look at, I would say. Income. Plan. For Vacant unused property. Properties. County partners. We can flush it. And then the question, what are the businesses that we can do that? And how to mediate.
No, I just take care of Somebody 14, okay. Let's. You can let me find it's what it problem. Thank you. Each one of you will report out, and then everyone else can say, oh, I have one too. And we'll discuss if any on the plan. So, and you'll have all of these, prioritize them. So that you have them for your review and the staff can take a look and say, oh, so here's what we've got in the next 12 to 18 months. So let's start with public safety, the first one on here. What do you have for review?
So we got quite a few here. Identify funding source and begin construction of a second fire station. Place deposits on and order a ladder truck and a replacement water tanker. Evaluate needs for police protection. Get police department into agreement with what can be enforced code wise. Identify how code enforcement can work with other departments to ensure health and safety within the township. Create policies and procedures and educate the community on code enforcement. Review and update ordinances overall. Secure township IT structure. And structures and devices. And IT user security training.
Could you put, is there, I see, SE, but not an R? You put user,
Yeah.
and could you write public safety on that, on the bottom, so that I know which one you're talking about now? Anyone have any questions first before we make any additions? Have any questions about anything that's written up there? I had one. On the back sheet. You may all understand that. You said. Oh, identify something for police protection. Identify need. Identify need. Does everyone understand what that means? Evaluating. Okay, you've had discussion about it. You know what that means. Okay, fine. Any comments? Any questions you have about what's written up here? Yes.
Anything on search? Was that beyond capacity?
No. Can you repeat that?
Oh, this is our community emergency response.
That's within the next 18 months. So we're just, should we make it open?
Yeah, just at least maybe understand the costs. Yeah.
Yes, we're working on it. Yeah, ready to. Yeah.
Any additions? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so could we discuss or evaluate the need for like a public safety advisory commission or committee to work with the township related to needs within the township in that area?
That the evaluation? Or? I heard something different. I heard something different. When I heard you all say evaluate police needs, I made an assumption that you heard gathering data, seeing how things are going. With our police services, similar to what we did with fire.
Yeah, I think that's.
My knowledge, I mean, I know there was a public safety, I read everything from 15 years ago. It didn't really get real deep in terms of what we paid for police, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we discussed generally more over a needs evaluation, right? The number of deputies, correct, is that adequate? Are there certain times where we need more police or we have excess police, or is there need to consider Scio's own police force? Those are all things that.
Or what would they do anyway? Good question,
Like the fire services committee to review everything and then.
Yeah, like we did a very deep dive with the fire services guidance committee. The fire protection, we need to do something with as well. And we can say, hey, we should have more police officers or less police officers, that's opinion. But we need professionals to meet and discuss the issues and make recommendations. People with knowledge and not.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification, and then to address what has just been brought up, and that is, investigate the creation of an advisory. An advisory committee to do what? To identify the needs of the community?
To work with the township in terms of identifying resources that are necessary, whether it's police or fire services, and to support whatever the plan is in order to get those resources in place.
So you think an ongoing committee versus.
Right, something ongoing.
And to address both police and fire needs.
Yeah. We might cover what part of what you talked about.
Create a public safety committee,
Advisory.
advisory committee, right? Any other additions? Okay, if there's no other additions, thank you very much. Then it's effectiveness is the next golden here.
Did a good job of taking notes. We got, policies and procedures to be developed in each department, a process they're already starting, hopefully will happen in the next 4 to 12 months. Written policies and procedures. Human resources, huge area of work, which will be a priority this year. Hammering out job description, classification, and compensation for the township, so that we have a structure for that. Also, some measurement of public trust, so some validated survey methods, regular methods to measure public trust in the township, as well as some regular ways of measuring public customer service, so to speak, with utilities, assessing, the front desk, elections, whatever the area might be, but kind of customer satisfaction and making sure we have that regular and also have that feedback back. Also management of not just our in-house staff, but stronger performance management of our contractors, our major contractors. Carlo Workman, OHM, others, making sure we're using that resource wisely. Looking at our base needs, so the township hall, but also all of our, Brandon, the name came up, all of our township properties, everything from, you know, the barn to 7970 West Liberty. Until we no longer have it, all the properties around the that, you know, and just kind of looking for the future about what our plans are for them, but first taking inventory. Empowering department heads, so really making sure their expert recommendations are coming forward, worked up for the board and for the board to empower them and to rely on their expertise and their board recommendations. What are some other? In operation. More staff, yeah, training for that. And continuous improvement on the performance. Maintain the physical, yeah, maintain all of our township properties and township hall.
Okay, where do you are? To add to administrative effectiveness, something that would make us more effective as an administrative team.
Yeah, so we did something that we talked about at our table, which is that having some kind of an ethical policy for boards and commissions, with some way to hold people accountable to that ethical policy. And that sort of builds into the HR, to the HR department and getting a new human resources department head who would then facilitate that.
Gotcha. So it's always a good idea to have a code of conduct. Here's who we are, here's how we behave. It's a good idea to have the activity that says, in order for us to be effective with each other, literally very simple. Here's how we behave, here's how we don't behave. We all sign off on it. The hard part is then how do you hold yourself accountable? Because you gotta have accountability. With no accountability, you don't have results.
One thing I'd like to add, I mean, we always do blind surveys to your employees. So you as a manager might think you're doing fantastic. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I would say you don't define that you're a leader. You're people who under you define that you're a leader. So always go, you should constantly be surveying the folks. They're blind surveys. How do you think X manager is doing or X leader is doing? And again, they define whether you're a leader or not. You know, I would recommend some type of surveys and some kind of regular cadence. See, hey, how we're doing. And as you said, as a measure.
And Jessica, I had given you a draft ethics policy a while ago, prepared by Foster Swift, years ago when I was clerk.
Yep.
And that might be something beneficial to give our new HR.
Absolutely, I'll share that out along with the draft ethics ordinance I brought to the board in 2020, which we discussed briefly. So I think there's a lot of angles, but it's got to be throughout the organization.
I think that will go a long way in leaving a legacy that is worth leaving. And for any HR director, if I walked in and I didn't have to work off all blank pieces of paper, that is very helpful. It's much better to have some benchmarks. If you know there's a great code of ethics out there, doesn't mean you have to adopt it, but you can adapt it. You can say, here's what we can do to fill our needs. Everyone's gonna have to be in agreement. That means everyone's gonna have to be in agreement. And then you're gonna have to have a discussion about how you're gonna hold yourself and each other accountable. Because there's not gonna be anybody from the outside coming in saying, excuse me, but you know, I wish citizens would, to be honest with you, citizens would.
Well, we have the Scio Township.
Yeah, I just worked with one and one organization, one municipality. And at our last meeting, we had at least 13 very respectful, very angry citizens. explain how disappointed they were in how the commission was not acting as adults. And they were very tired of it. After a while, responsible people just, they get tired of it. We've been entrusted to do something very sacred, which is take care of a community. And that's where our focus always has to be, always has to be. It's not on what's best for me. It's not on doing what I think is right. It's about being, as someone said, humble earlier. It's about being humble and saying, is this really what's best for the community?
You know, we always say, respect's not a given, it's earned, but if you don't command respect, you command disrespect. So that's kind of one of the words I've always lived by. So again, you don't have to respect, you have to earn respect by my behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. I will always be. My mother was very clear with 6 children. There is never, ever any excuse for rude. There's no excuse. Even if the other person has been incredibly rude, you as a leader will behave from your center core. No one has the ability to knock you off that.
Yeah.
Unless you let them. So we have to remember as leaders, that's where we stand. But if you don't have a code of ethics that says, this is what we all agree to, then it's really hard to hold people accountable. Because I can tell you all the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing. And none of your reasons matter to me. All I care about is, are you being a leader?
I'm just gonna add one more thing. What we got in mind, is the minute you put somebody in defensive mode, it stops. Because all I'm doing, my guard is up and going like this. I've stopped listening to you. I'm now just counteracting to whatever you're saying and trying to fight you off. I completely stopped listening to your thought stream or your logic stream or whatever. So to me, putting somebody on the defensive and attacking them doesn't bring any success. It typically bears failure. So that's why I'm big on not creating that paradigm, because it gets me nowhere, right? And I'm always about moving the ball forward.
And the word defensive means what you've done is you put me in a position where I need to defend myself.
Right. So you're stop listening to me. When you're defending yourself.
I'm in fact.
That's human nature, man. Yeah.
I just about the administrative. Yeah. And it made this discussion about local service, is there also consideration of things that could be outsourced? I know that was one of the pieces of advice from folks from me and our students. And that it really makes sense for local governments to look at ways that they can outsource things, certain categories.
Some things are.
Yeah, some things are broken. Part of the thinking.
Yeah.
And you have addressed that whole HR. I am assuming by your conversation that an HR director is going to be hired, and you're in the process of doing that now, you have hired someone.
It's about to.
So you have said that whole job description in terms of each department, taking a look at not only their job description, but policy procedures, how do they work through things? And when you talk about the culture and engagement, internal and external, I think you've captured that, as well as considering that code of ethics, I think takes care of that as well. Because the more intentional you are about things, the more they're going to be influenced by that intention. Otherwise, things just happen. You don't need them to just happen. Yes.
Jessica, did you mention something about onboarding maps?
If I didn't, I should have. It was something that we discussed, Anna, having a training and orientation. A kind of recruitment retention effort on the HR umbrella.
So that would be for new hires, and that would be for newly elected officials. Yeah, right. I would definitely think about newly elected officials.
We'd like to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess. Yeah, I'd recommend offboarding just as the policy, the board.
Yeah.
Offboarding. Well, somebody quits. Basically, they fired you. That's really what it is, right? They fired me. So why did I get fired? What did I do?
Need to
Pull it out.
get the
Yeah, you gotta condition that like the paradigm, like so that we can think about it, not, you know, talk it up, it's amazing what people. Oh, Tony, yeah.
About 35 years ago or so, I did a 2 dozen years. I did a day before the MML convention that's called Essential Skills for Newly Elected Officials. That has turned into an academy now. So they have an academy that people attend. And it is really well done. And people who think they know everything come out saying, wow, I had no idea. There's a lot. We get elected, we jump in there, we do our work. I mean, we really want, but often we're so much making listening. We're not really sure how this whole thing works. And if we stay open-minded and we stay in the learning mode, a year later, you're probably a much better commissioner than you were the year before. But boy, if you have a solid orientation process, that really helps that newly elected official understand so much about what you're trying to accomplish, why and how. Keeping that in mind, I think that is really critical. Now, do we have anything else to add? There were a couple additions. Any other additions to that? Okay, now let's look at land use.
So land use, I think we encompass also economic development and some infrastructure things, but these were what we came up with. We talked previously about GIS. We think that creating a comprehensive database, so that not only utilities, but land use, ground cover, you know, the planners can use it, the utility department's using it, the assessor's office is using it. I mean, we need to make sure the GIS has all of the components that, all of the departments in the township hall, are gonna be needing and will be useful. For parks, Anna had some great ideas for her, to-do list, a maintenance plan and funding for the parks, tree fund policy and plan, working on accessibility and continued research, specifically ecological research. For the planning commission, mostly, we're starting that Jackson Road corridor planning. That would be a comprehensive effort, with the other economic development and infrastructure also. We're looking at the zoning ordinance for sustainability ordinance revisions, and that includes solar, EV parking, ecological, all sorts of things. We're also looking at the planned unit development ordinance update to ensure that those types of developments are in areas where we would allow, we want them, but also decreasing the density that we would allow in certain areas and things like that. We'd like to look at improving the processes for our land use applications and making sure they're streamlined and effective. One example is, you know, how we've done it in the past, which isn't always the best way to, say, but when we would receive a plan unit development application, we immediately would post a public hearing notice. Well, I don't think in reality that's the best way to go about it. I think that should be a conversation that we have with the planning commission chair, and we review the project. And when it becomes that we have the community benefit package to be considered, that's when we can start moving it through the public process. So I think there's some back end work that we need to do with some of these, and making sure our processes are efficient and getting all the information that we need to those that are doing the project reviews. Adopt the ESCAP plan that the planning commission has moved for the board. And then figure out how to create some metrics for maybe Jan, you want to explain creating the metrics for like how development.
Yeah,
has
so we were
progressed.
talking about, the metrics of ground cover, what was growing in the township, the tree canopy, the impervious surfaces, that type of thing, so that we can really have baselines and know if we have goals for preservation of X, that we are in fact doing it. And GIS is a perfect tool.
And land preservation, the same thing, they're in that creating the metrics through the GIS. We also think that holistic transit planning is something we need to think about as we look at the Jackson Road planning. Where should we have connectivity for pedestrians, but also where should transit be located? And does that mean that we should be looking for areas along Jackson Road where we want more transit oriented development, where we're gonna have nodes of population along Jackson Road? And then it was also brought up aesthetics of Jackson Road Boulevard, specifically the interior boulevard and how it's mowed, and that maybe there might be some opportunity for natural plantings or some other more environmentally friendly way. And maybe not the whole length, but in areas of Jackson Road Boulevard.
Good work. Anyone have anything to add to land use?
I'd like to add that I just want to give some credit to Laura, because I think a lot of people don't know that she's been working on this, but we, a couple of months ago, we put together what we're calling like the development team. So it's Carlisle Wortman, OHM, Jim and me. We get together once a month and we look at all of the plans that are coming through the township. And one of the really great things that Laura has worked on is putting together some a really great checklist, some policies among that team to just kind of move the projects forward in a way that we know when they get to either the planning commission or the board of trustees that they're really ready to go. So Laura's taking the lead on that and she's doing a great job. And I think they're well on their way to being smoother.
We're have a little bit of a learning curve. Yes, they're gonna.
I appreciate what we've done on that for sure.
Is it addition?
Yes, the community wastewater treatment ordinance is something to look at. Especially when we're talking about all of our environmental goals, how can we have a more protective community wastewater treatment ordinance? Otherwise, we're gonna keep getting developers knocking down our doors to put more of these around. Also on the GIS, it just ties to it, but I just want to note our zoning is, again, because we relied so much on our outside contractors, our zoning map has been fully maintained by Carlisle Wortman.
No, actually, the zoning map is not. It's through the assessing office.
Oh, through the assessing office here. But as we, have brought our code, we just switched over to Muni code. There's so much more room once we get GIS integrated to have our code linked to, our maps and our conditional uses and things like that. So having all the information organized will really help all the users inside and outside the.
This isn't really technically a land use thing, although I think it has implications. But as long as we're talking about bidding ordinances, maybe you could make a bullet point for the noise ordinance.
We're hearing a lot about it.
And I need to add, I apologize to Kathy and Joyce and Will, because he comes to development meeting, does include Kathy, Joyce, and sometimes Will, so. And it's open to any of the board of trustees. Not all of you at the same time, though.
More than green ones.
Yeah, and most recently, we've had some discussion about affordable workforce housing. And maybe this is an opportunity to really kind of focus on what we want, where we want it, and provide some recommendations. Yeah, this planning. Yeah. Yes. That's gonna be interesting. We'll see how much we really overlap, or if infrastructure is a standalone. So what do we have here with infrastructure?
First thing was to develop a clear maintenance plan across the board of water and sewer. Second, hire more staff. I didn't have it on there originally, but yeah, GIS is crucial to infrastructure and helping us with our work. So that would be on there. Review or update the emergency plan. Discuss the water source with regarding PFAS and dioxin. Do we stick with our current source of water? Do we look for other places like Lake Huron or Lake Erie to draw our water source from?
to discuss the future of the utility department as a whole. And then to also discuss the growth or non-growth of tile outside of the Jackson corridor. I think the bottom two are very important, for like our business, the department and infrastructure.
Okay, good work, good work. You two have worked on that, two groups. Would you say that these are standalones, or would you say that these are combined?
I think there's definitely
They
crossover.
crossover, however.
But I think, you know, with maintenance plan, the staffing, I mean, I think the emergency plan, I think that's all infrastructure specific.
So we really could have those two. And because in the future, there's gonna be more that comes out that, and then you'll start delineating the.
And land use is so, I mean, like I said, it also, I mean, I look at like economic development and a lot of that has to do with land use and
Yeah.
planning, so.
Yeah.
I think these three, there's a lot of.
Yeah, there will be.
Working, yeah.
There will be.
Elaboration. Yeah. So,
Yes.
so I do think at a planning level, going back to the map that you did, not look at, Baker Road. To look at consistency between open space goals, community wastewater treatment, you know, where the water and sewer districts are, to see some of the conflicts. So I will say from a planning point of view, you know, periodically we need to come together and decide what our goals are for certain areas, because the master plan has been that example, you know, there's conflicts and we've been living with those.
Any other items? Any other priorities you think are important, getting for the infrastructure?
We have done, identify technology and resources that you need for short and long term growth.
Yeah, that would come with, I think discussing the future of the utility department. Do we want to take on more of the work ourselves? It's cheaper. We can, you know, come to a lot of the emergency sewer backups, a lot sooner and take care of our residents a lot sooner. But I also would have to bring along a new utility, the utility department to store all that equipment in. Or do we want to stick with contracting out most of the work? Get a little smaller, that's, you know, I can make recommendations, but ultimately it comes down to Joyce's discretion on what they want to do.
Is his comment will be captured in what we have there? So that, you know, maybe it's investigate or research the current
Yeah,
situation and subsequent needs.
yeah, like I said, I think we just need to have a discussion about where we want to go with the utility department.
But it is captured in one of those ideas.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Any other addition? Yes,
I apologize if I missed this, but is there?
No, I didn't do anything with the road,
Just, I apologize. Roads, I need to tie in both land use, economic development and infrastructure.
Yeah.
Because land is have to maintain. If they're gonna focus development in certain areas, we make sure that road infrastructure support what might come.
Right. What parts we want to publicly finance and how much we want to keep our lines. Property owned.
I don't know. We also maintain this.
you're right, that's being.
yeah,
As well. Everything was absolutely along pedestrians. Yeah, transit.
also, I heard conversation earlier about walkability. Would that be captured in infrastructure? There was a conversation about the whole connectivity and making spaces that are more walkable. Think that should be captured in infrastructure, if that's something that you want to take a look at. It doesn't mean that you have to build them this year, but we investigate, but
Where is it? Where is it? I guess there's a question. Do we want to take on responsibility for sidewalks? Or do we want to encourage the development? You know, I think there's a question.
Actually, no, it's both.
And in new development, we do require,
Right.
you know, sidewalk improvements or improvement if it's already there and needs improvement or new sidewalk in those areas where we expect them to be developed. I did have a comment about the roads though. I mean, you know, the township doesn't really have jurisdiction over any roads, right? So they're all county roads, state roads, or private roads. And so when a new development comes, private, don't take on anymore public roads. And we would ensure through the development process that though there's a maintenance mechanism and those types of things. So, you know, from my perspective, I'm not sure what the roads plan would be, except for, a priority of roads that need improvement, that the township would be going to the county and saying, hey, we have X amount of dollars and we think Park Road needs improvements. When is it on your schedule and how can we, you know, work with you to do that? So that's a different that's not really my conversation, but that's what roads would be, yeah.
Yes.
And just, this sort of emphasizes the roads and the transit planning. Right now, there's sort of a vacancy, if you will, of holistic transportation planning in the township. And I think we need to decide how that's gonna happen soon.
Agreed.
So there should be something up there in probably infrastructure on discussing a plan for.
Well, it's sort of how do we do holistic transportation planning?
Okay.
And then doing it.
Okay.
I think it would start like creating where that even exists in the township anymore, because it used to
Right,
be.
there's no responsibility. No one has responsibility for holistic transportation, multi-mobility planning.
Yeah, we do, task people for the bus. That village is coming to an end. If we want to continue it, we need to bring it.
So how do we put, so that Brandon can write it, Brandon, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that Brandon can write on there, how can we put a concise little statement around what you're talking about so that it shows up?
Transportation.
Holistic transportation planning, comprehensive, holistic transportation planning. You can put it on the next sheet. You don't have to fit it all on one sheet.
I think that was for like more connectivity.
Yeah.
So that was like sidewalk.
It's create a comprehensive, holistic transportation. Is that what it is? Thank you. Anything else there?
Don't even look over here.
Okay, so I can put it through words, just sound it out. Put it through words. Yes?
If we go back a little bit, to under administrative.
Yes.
One thing, community outreach, I guess, and what I would see that as is like, somebody or maybe a department that would be the social media, you know, we're having the Halloween party, what's going to, you know, how do we get that out to the public? And then, the ideas that different committees want to implement, having a survey that goes out, like somebody that would take over that, and may even be part of the IT department, or maybe a little bit different.
So investigate a position for communications, including social media, event announcements. If we could capture that on there, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Now, the only thing that stands between you and a late break is economic development. So, sorry. All right, let's go to economic development.
6:15, but I'll be. So I mean, when I first heard that, obviously there's all kinds of dependencies upon, I think you've got infrastructure and you've got land use, so, you know, that has to be, you know, considered when we move forward with this plan. The way I look at it is you always start off with this strategic objective, but really, there's nothing actionable in strategic objective. All the actual things you were going to do come within the tactical initiatives. And when the tactical initiatives get too big, nothing gets done. So how do you eat the elephant? One bite at a time. So the way I Mark, and I think the person here envisioned it, I look at Jackson Road as our Main Street. And if, you know, if you think of the paradigm of what Disney did, Disney, you know, before there was nothing in Orlando, Disney came along and everything around Disney evolved, right? It became a whole viable city. So my thinking is, I want to spend a little more time on this than our thinking, I should say, is if we develop that, the natural outcome of that would be everything else will evolve around that, right? The same way, you know, again, is the Disney here. So how do we create this shared vision? And I mean, share this among all of us here within this room, the board, so it's not just this vision of the five of us, it's the vision of this group of the development of, I'm gonna call it silos. You can get lots of tree employees. So in the next 18 months, I'd like to, you know, what are we gonna do? We know the buildings that are blank. We know that Goodrich is an empty building now. What's gonna happen there? We know there's gonna be vacant properties within the dealership, right? Minimally. What can we do to circumvent and get ahead of that, right? Rather than react to them. What can we do to diversify ourselves? Right now, it's car dealerships, you know, and did I mention car dealerships? And fast food, right? So and I think diversification is okay. Why don't we think about what's coming out right now? Things are already mature markets. What's new that's going to be happening in the next 15 years that will be pervasive in the market and diversify. Those kinds of things that maybe you can reach out far to go see what ways we can attract those new businesses to come our way. Parcel of that is also, and I think you mentioned it, as we develop those businesses, we have to think about what are our limitations. We got, I think, 1,200, we call that 1,200 REU. I have no idea what that's. So, and we go, you've got to balance it again. You got things back to land use, you've got things back to infrastructure, balance all that against these businesses that we go attract. I think the main idea is use that as our main drag, if you will. And I'm a big believer you have to have three things: you know, live, work, and play. I think we've got plenty of, I guess, I don't know if we have very much play other than the restaurants, right? We've got some. That's true. I haven't played there, by the way. Listen, that's why I can't move anymore. I'm excited more. Thank you very much. That's why I'm not like you a chair. So those are the kinds of things I think we do that. And then to your point, look, we're going to come up with all these great ideas. Fantastic. But pick three that you're going to actually go accomplish, put a timeline to them, and put somebody responsible. I always hate when you make a committee responsible. And when you say when it failed, who's responsible? No hands go. Because it's a committee, right? So somebody's going to, and you could break it into components. So Willie, you're responsible for this, Donnie, you're responsible for that. Julie, you're responsible for this, Jesse, Mark, whoever the committee becomes is responsible for those some kind of tasks within these projects. That's how things I have found anyways get accomplished. So don't try to boil the ocean as it goes. Let's pick what we think is the most important with this overall strategic vision that's unified with these other groups. We all agree on that, and we just start execute. So that's kind of our thought. Last one, really the DDA, where does that fall? You know, as I understand the DDA, I know you guys know a whole lot more about it than I do, so let's pretend to be any kind of expert in DDA, but it sounds like it's coming due. Some folks maybe feel that its usefulness is been marginalized. I don't know. I would argue that we're always developing or redeveloping. So to me, it seems like it should be pervasive, but I don't know all the details behind it. There may be some good, maybe some negativity that I'm not sure, but I think at least we're having an exploratory conversation with pros and cons and, you know, stack rank in the way. So that's kind of where we stand here on our side, and I don't want to be between broken.
Okay.
DDA are being created in large part originally to redevelop the boulevard. We captured 50%, extremely high. You know, the DDA meeting to determine if the DDA should ask to be continued. I think we should be asking if we want the DDA to continue. But more than that, more broadly, is how do we back to economic development? It might be through DDA, it might be through an economic development arm of the township. We've had a PDC before. There's different ways to do it, but I don't think we've ever had that conversation, at least in the 4 years I've been here at the board level, about what are the different mechanisms the township can use to promote economic development.
It's totally tricky, by the way, just, I have no idea what the DDA that because of.
Just gotta look at all.
I would actually happen about that, but, you know, the law, so,
Well, and this team did right, evaluate extension beyond 2000.
Yeah.
That, but that's.
Be either or, there's different ways that you are not involved.
Yeah, the project for the township attorney.
But just we kind of talked about, a lot of economic development is kind of reactive. Somebody comes to us with an idea for what to do with this parcel. And like, so we should partner with somebody, whether it's Sparks or whether we hire somebody or we contract somebody, we should go out and get the kind of businesses that we want to get. To the extent that's, well, we're talking, that's what the Spark or others capture. That thought.
Yes.
More so with redevelopment, not so much economic development, but we talk about taking some of our old buildings and purposing them. And oftentimes it's pretty easy where you have an office, where it moves out, and a new lawyer moves in, and no problem there. We find when we're doing inspections that a lot of times our old buildings get rehabbed with no zoning compliance and permits. We're finding a lot of problems there. As an example, there's maybe a paint store in a building in this township that never had a permit to be built out.
300 feet.
There's a ton of, we found buildings where they've cut sprinkler systems off because they didn't want water. Just a ton of stuff where someone buys a building, says, hey, I think you want to come work, you want, you're, yeah, okay. We've got a plan, we're gonna put this in, now this building's in operation. Scio doesn't know a thing about it, what kind of building is.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume you do have zoning ordinances,
Absolutely.
but they're not being followed.
I don't necessarily know that.
We don't have our own.
We don't have our own building department, it's through the county, and until recently didn't have a building. So, and I think those two things kind of.
So the suggestion for a priority is something like investigate ways to enforce ordinances when during redevelopment.
Yeah, ensure that the codes are being applied with zoning ordinance, building codes, fire code during redevelopment. It's not just. Hey,
Once we know about are doing.
I don't figure out the ones we know about. Because they're operating. Come in and throw a 2x4 wall and you start doing the process over here, and doing this process over there, and the next thing you do. Just the wall.
I think the fire inspections that are going on, surfacing all sorts of things that went undetected over the years.
Correct, a lot.
And when people know that there isn't anyone looking, oh, it's really easy to conceal it. Why?
So what kind of goal would it drive? What is it you want to do about it?
You know, one idea that we've had, you have to spec it out, is a business license. Business license, so then at least you're probably fire. Assessing and others requiring that people.
Okay. Research requirement of a business, business license.
I would just say, we do require zoning compliance, so like if a use changes or a tenant changes, we do require zoning compliance, but if they aren't changing anything. They may just swap it out, I mean, if they don't even need a sign or anything, so sometimes when I get a sign, I'm like, wait, is that for this, and then that's where. But a lot of times we don't get. And so I don't know that a business license versus a use permit, which, yeah.
One thing that we haven't, I don't know if anyone's talked about it, but don't we have the authority to do rental inspections as well? Because we don't have a host, we don't have a maintenance, maintenance ordinance, it's like we have not adopted that. Because that's the other piece.
Okay, so, yeah, how would we address this?
IBM, IBM International Property Maintenance Code.
I don't think you guys. No, it's like you guys pretty good fire. City of Siege. inspects businesses, business premises, family doesn't hurt us.
But we don't do a permit, we just started.
Well, we do it. We don't need to do a purpose in the business part, it's a separate ordinance.
So we are doing
There-
non-various of the part.
We are doing but not
Exit plan and all that stuff. What
I actually, yeah, it might actually be more about education. I think we have the systems in place, but like Laura is saying, if we're not, if the township is not moving, that there's been a change, even a change of ownership for a while, it's just a business, but the building is still owned by the same person. You know, so some of it might just be education, hey, if you're coming to do business in Scio, these are the things that we're expecting of you. Not that people are necessarily.
The business inspection program, it would matter who owned it, because you're gonna do it every 30 months. And nothing has to happen in order to trigger the inspection. We have a database of addresses that Andrea can take care of for us.
Yeah, Judy. The funding, but we're not doing the.
Right, we do get calls, people asking if we do work with. But when I tell them no, they ask me again, like.
Let me go back, because we haven't addressed. Would it be then, as was commented, increased education and awareness of requirements for renovations? And where would that belong? Under, yes? Right?
No, I was just gonna say, you know, that's certainly something that could be done, but I think the other area is with coordinating with other agencies, including even our own departments. Because I'm thinking, you know, if you have a change or transfer, our utility department should know something about it. Because of the transfer related to water and sewer services. So it might be a matter of really coordinating a little bit better than what we're doing right now.
So here's the answer. There are several different tools we can use.
Yeah.
We just need to decide which one works best for us and implement it. And it can be even a combination of them, but there are several things to do. In the
So we don't have to figure out the how today.
Right.
But
We don't have to figure
out. We need this.
Want to look at it.
We need to value the tools.
And
Evaluate current tools.
Mark mentioned eating an elephant one bite at a time. Just figure out which one you want to do first, and then we keep taking the elements of building occupancy, you know, based on what do we think is the most urgent, and then work our way down to the rest of it.
Or achieve, we're restarting something we've long been required, but not for about 12 years, which is the fire inspection. So we built that position of the fire marshal, it self-funds through the fees and keeping everybody a lot safer.
So we need to capture this somewhere. Under which category do we capture it, and how do we word it? And does it go under? The going here for the administration. Okay, so how do we want to word it? Joyce, you had a good problem coordinating, looking at ideas. Or maybe evaluate current practices for renovation and coordination.
With internal and external organization.
Of internal and external organization. Yeah. Great, yes, I think that makes sense. Right now, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. When you come back, you're going to look at this sheet that I have on your table, and it's a prioritization of ideas. You are going to use a color pen different than your writing, so that I know that you've got a number next to it. You've got red, you've black, green, anything. You've got blue, any other color than blue, and you have 4 priorities. Each idea will be given a priority. Priority 1 is it's essential. You should take it very seriously. I think this is the number 1, it needs to be done first. Second is it's desirable, but it isn't as desirable as my absolute essential. 3 means it's acceptable. There's more written about it. Okay, can we have 1 meeting, please? And 4 is deferrable. Yeah, you know, this is a really good idea, but it is a number 4 because we have limited resources. I would do wonderful, you know, do all of these and we could do them all immediately. But let's give the staff the heads up and the grace to be able to say, at least take a really strong look at our ones and twos. And then we can take a look at the 3s and 4s, if there's in fact resources available to be able to allocate to them. So let's take a 10-minute break, come back, and yes, we have post-its to put up here, or we have like this. You know what, I was gonna do post-its, but I think what you've got right here is just take a different color, and put the number so that I can, we have one meeting, please, so that I give these directions and we all understand. So on each one of these ideas, give it a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Make sure I know, so use a different color, and make sure it's right next to what you want me to know is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Does that make sense? Because I think that's gonna be better than a post-it that's gonna fall off. Yeah, so you don't spread out of it.
Yeah,
You know, right there. Yeah. I know, you're right. That's it now.
Buildings here. Yeah.
The guys that were like. Actually, you guys. Yeah.
Seems like Tanner. Oh.
So these guys, they're all subsidy, and so they get their funds or are the same as the age all the time. Not the same as the municipal, but it's municipal inspection, you know, you're not gonna have a bunch of mold, you're not gonna have the through the fire.
What's your good? That's the best one. Kids have it, yeah, it's not about it.
You get it, get it on. To the thing, and your husband goes in and he's down his way. That's my sweets. Well, I heard you too. Yeah, I heard you too. Oh, yeah. I agree with that. They're not intolerant. No, yeah. People. Yep. I think they'll right. Hey, I know we're not done, but I'm putting these tables right.
Okay.
So they just lined up like this, right?
Yeah, they did. They did. They had 4 rows. And that one for here.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, just one here. So this one comes back. This one comes back. I don't know what it's are.
We can stop down that.
Yeah, well, see, I know how the word city we did go about it. Did any.
It's out there. Okay. You're talking about how great this facility is and it works. What's that? And yeah, this, this party tonight, I hear.
Sorry,
Be done early. She's bad.
No, I'm sorry. We do this for each thing that's on our sheet.
Yes.
So we could have the whole sheet of ones, that's what we do. Well, the guy.
Each one gets a one or gets two. All right, go
What's the rank? What?
Yeah. And I'm text to her. Usually the pair doesn't. Whatever.
Let me repeat the correction, so we're all clear. And we don't swirly before we think about it. In your team, we need the most efficient way to do this as well as effective. Can't all, because we'll be here next week. In your team, take a look at each one of those items and say, each item is a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. You'll have some conversation about it. I highly doubt you're gonna have a lot of it. So it may just be a 5-minute activity, but give each item a 1, a 2, a 3, or 4. We really need to give the senior staff the 1s and the 2s, so they can look them over and let you know how aligned they can be with the budget. So use a different color pen, making sure that I know for each one if it's a 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then we'll quickly report out. We'll talk about next steps and we'll be able to say goodbye. So on your mark, get set. Start rating.
Oh, 1.5.
Okay, but we already do this.
You go for one, it's one, that's a one. See? We only throw this way.
You for your board. Oh, one, two. One storm. It's gonna be a staff thing.
Oh, thank you.
I was thinking, I'm just.
It's the program. I can see if we think that we're staying revitalization. Yeah.
And they can just go. Not something. DOT, although I think administration, what of the should.
Anyway, so folks, pretty much the same. Exactly. I would say it's.
We decided to go to the. Yeah. You know. It's still works. I didn't really see it. It's very possible that we're. And it's already it's stuff. Most recent, I think. Yes.
It's the more directly. Property. Yes.
Yeah, that's my goal.
You know, sure.
Put it out.
Well, we have. Thanks again, Mary.
Yeah.
And therefore, this is what we're going to do rather quickly. Each team, let us know, especially your ones. I know some of you say, these are all ones, and this is the reason why. Because the next step is, and some of you have made it easier for each of you, one up than others. Join them, I will definitely be giving you a phone call after I get everything. Take a picture of that, so you can help me. Yeah, so I can, when I call and say, I'm kind of confused, where does this go, you can let me know. So take a picture.
Short-term memory issues, I've already forgotten what this is.
I'm going to do. So, let's hear number one, because I know the senior staff is going to be listening, especially to what's going to fall on their plates. But what will happen is, in the next steps, I will create a report of captured ideas. I'll send it to Township Manager Parker. Township Manager Parker will review them and help me understand things and make sure I haven't made some major mistakes, like, no, that's not what that meant at all. And then we'll distribute them. And then the senior staff will look at these and they'll be able to say, we align these to the budget. They may come back and say, you got a whole lot of ones here. And so they may be done in the next 36 months, but figure out which ones you really want done in the next 12. Does that make sense? All right, so how about if we start with public safety? The good thing about public safety is I've been told all of that falls in public safety anyway. So you probably have a good idea as to whether or not those ones are possible. So could you tell us, are all of them ones? Do we have any 2, 3s, or 4s?
You go back, said yes. So pretty much everything's but one, which is, they're all, for the most part, easily accountable over the next 12 to 18 months.
All right.
Running funding, sir. In regards to like a 2 or a 3, it would be the CERT program, just because it's creating a new program, it's identifying volunteers.
Right.
And training and educating, and then bringing that out into the, community. And then the Public Safety Advisory Committee, we listed number 2, only just because we're trying to establish all these first and then get going on the advisory on where we should be progressing to later.
Okay, and I would imagine some of those are already in progress.
Yes, yes, like,
So,
and sometimes I got, yes, when I came on board 2 weeks ago, I need to evaluate the township ordinances, create a policy procedure. So some of those are already now beginning.
so if anyone has any questions about the number 1 or 2 or the time to speak up. Okay, then let's go over to administrative effectiveness. That I'm going to understand.
So we made sure this was highly organized. Our solid number 1, making sure that there are policies and procedures in each department. We also have a 1.5, which is an entire HR function. And that includes a lot of these communication. Yeah, so that one's down here. That includes training orientation, and this is the onboarding. We have it full-time job description, performances, and of course, we have an HR director starting, and so this, I assume, will be in instructions. I'm also assuming that her supervisor will tell her that these are her things. And then our other number 1 is empowering department heads to operate their departments. Did you want me to do the 2s also?
No, I think we're good with the 1.
Okay.
You will get the 2s, you will get them on your report. What I appreciate is that our understanding of things doesn't mean that it's going to be done in the next 24 months, but that there's going to be a start there.
moving in the direction of, because that HR position and all that comes with it is gonna take a while. For sure, but there's gonna be a lot of progress, I'm sure, in the next 24 to 36 months. Okay, how about if we go to, yes,
So the majority of ours, I think, are ones, because Anna and I and Dan are already working on a lot of these, so, the maintenance, plan and funding for parks, the tree fund policy and plan, accessibility, continued research, ecological, and then see phase 5 needed here also. Jackson Road planning, sustainability ordinance revisions, the PUD ordinance update, process improvement, and then, for the transit planning, we think, the number one would be, evaluating the millage and responsibility for who would start that, comprehensive transit planning process, and then the second part would be reviewing the comprehensive plan. And then the development team we already do, so we're already working on it.
good, thank you. Dan, what was something?
I got GIS. Safety emergency response plan. Discuss future of the utility department. We discussed the growth or non-growth style outside of Jackson. I didn't do anything for the road. There are some on here. I didn't put a number next to those.
Okay, I think we're economic development.
Okay. A little more, I think we're not. That was confused, that was a winner over there. For me, though, you don't lay the strategy first, you can't get into tactics. So we've got to get the strategy, interface with the departments, talking land development, and I remember the other department, I'm trying to remember infrastructure. That has to drive strategy. Once you have the strategy driven, we can go into the tactics, but the one tactic that we do know for sure is good estate. So that one we can put as a number one. I think number two right behind that's gonna be, certainly the two, outgoing, car dealerships, and everything else is kind of a fall down from there. If we get those 3 things done, give us a thumbs up. That'd be awesome.
And it seems to me that with some focus, you probably will get those things done. Yep. So, comment. Feeling pretty confident about where you're going next?
Marilyn?
Yes.
I was reminded by the township attorney that because this is a special meeting, we must allow a time for public comment. And we want to, but we must, in order to comply with the Open Meetings Act, we must. I see on here 2 people who are participating remotely, and one of them.
If they want some public comment.
Well, I can see that one of them already has his hand raised, so what I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Oh, no, wait, Rob's hand just came down. Well, Rob or David Reed are both watching remotely according to this. And do either of you, Rob or David, want to make a comment? If so, raise your Google hand. And David's unmuted, it appears, and Rob is muted. I don't see anyone raising their hand. Oh, right, I guess, yes, I'm sorry, everyone here, but actually, we're just asked for if they want to make a comment, so I don't know if that's covered. Sure.
Thank you.
You have been incredibly attentive. It is obvious each and every one of you really care about this township. I mean, you are really here to serve. And I really appreciate the fact that you stay focused, you put in a lot of hours, and you completed the task very quickly, very quickly. Because you stayed focused, you worked very well with each other. The last thing you're gonna work on is participants marinate. Marinate on that whole brand thing that we did. Think about that, further discuss it. Perhaps you can put together a very small task force of good wordsmithing people. You can say, ooh, look at all this stuff. What do we have here? And you may have several iterations. It won't be the first one that comes out. You sit with this for a while. Don't rush the process. Trust the process. The more conversations you have, the more you'll go, that's it, that's it. But it'd be really nice to have something before April so that If the DDA wants to put something, if you want to put something on the water tower, then that's something you can do. But I really want to thank you. I want to thank how you are caring for this township. Again, I think this is the saving grace for our nation that I'm very concerned about. And your constant dedication it does not go unnoticed. So thank you very much. Thank you for today. Well done.
First of all, then secondly, Christie, thank you for setting up. Thank you. Very open.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I was just. Do you guys all remember when we named the rock?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe Harry could put something in the newsletter asking residents of the township for ideas.
So.
On the, on the, yeah, on the branding to get some ideas from the. I think it's great. Yeah.
Voting make vote.
Somebody actually came up with it. I get
Everybody's name on the phone.